Good evening. What's up? How you guys doing? I am recovering. It's been a rough couple of days, but I'm glad I'm actually doing something with my time. Let me just get this going, because I know I can't use certain pieces of music because it's a little sketch right now, but I think, where is it? Is it here? It is here. It is here. And there we go. There we go. There we go. Let's go to the next playlist. There it is. Okay, cool. I like this playlist a lot. Anyway, yeah. It's been a good bit. Now, I need to get all my chats together. Let me get all my chats together here. Oh, that's a lot of chats. I have like 3 going on here. Man, it's been a real rough 2 days, I guess. Been a real rough 2 days. Also need to get the YouTube chat too. Man. There we go. Anyway, Puppers is here today. What's up? You alright? You okay, buddy? What, you want to say hi? Look. You want to say hi? You want to say hi? Wanna say hi? No, you just wanna lay on the lap. That's what you want to do. Yeah, that's all he wants to do. He just wants to lay on the lap. Wait, you just gonna lay on the lap? I could show you. He's just sitting there. Yep, just sitting there. Anyway, we do have quite a bit of games that I think I want to go through today, but we also have to address the forums, address the things that have been put in there. I think I gotten like 2 of can't do that to your ear because you start doing the leg thing. Nah. Yeah, you start doing the leg thing. You just gonna stay there all day? Yeah, you are. You just want to get petty. He just wants to get pets. That's what happens when you get a lap dog. They just want pets all the time. You are spoiled. You hear me? You are spoiled. Look. See, look. Okay, yeah. Yeah. You spoiled. Hey, don't lick my lips. Don't do that. Don't do that. Here, I'll give you more petties. You don't have to lick my lips. Okay? Can I put you on the bed? Hmm? Alright, yeah, let's go address the forums now, because it's been a while since we've done anything like that, right? It's been a little bit. Okay, man. As funny as that is, I'm gonna have to delete that from the... Okay. Nah, I'll keep it there. The stream alerts, I'll just keep it there. But next time, let's keep the stream alerts, the announcements in that place, just the stream alerts and announcements. Okay. So there's more to this than what it looks like here. We're gonna go into... Oh no. There we go. All right, now, as long as I don't get pinged to death again. True. That was my fault because it was linked to something else and I had to turn it off. So it was supposed to be just the two Discords getting one ping. I think we already seen this. Yeah, I think we already seen this, so I can just close this one out. Dreadmist I did hear about getting removed because the guy just didn't want to do it anymore, I think. Now he got quick with this one. He did get quick with that one, but I don't know if he knew that was going to happen. Death of a game. I don't know if he knew that was gonna happen. Well, everybody knew it was gonna happen, but I don't think he had known that it was gonna be like today or anything like that. So let's see, there is the High Guard. It's going to be shut down in 45 days, and the Death of a Game. Honestly, I don't know if we're going to be watching both because that could sum up to like both an hour. I don't know. The other one that I wanted to talk about more was probably the Real Life Fake Wizard on his take with Steam being accused of child gambling. At least he saw it coming. Yeah, I think he saw it coming. It's just like the recounts, man. I know that Nerd Slayer is going to be more informative in this because he's just going to say, well, they tried this, did that, all information like that, and this, that, and the other. So I can see for sure, like, his video will probably be more informative. And Young, yeah, is probably going to give his opinion, just spreading the news that it only lasted for 45 days. Yeah, let's go with that one. Yeah. $33. I mean, honestly, we all saw this one coming.
I have to say, there's nothing more pressing at the moment than a particular case that has captured the ire of many fans and journalists, and sometimes in reverse alike. Highguard, another hero shooter that dips its feet into a few others.
What did I say about Highguard? Didn't I say it was a cavalcade of a bunch of things? Didn't I say that? Didn't I say it was a cavalcade of a bunch of like FPSs just like smashed into like one thing? Yeah, I said that, right?
Like the survival genre, the third-person MOBA genre, or even just more shooter territory as well, and would make their major splash publicly at the TGAs in 2025, just this last year. However, this splash would prove to be a cannonball in a geriatric pool, as the world would just about resoundingly groan out at the same time upon watching its reveal at the TGAs in 2025, with many swearing off Highguard before it even became playable due to its, in their eyes, tepid reception.
Hold on.
Well, Highguard?
I don't know if you guys can see it. Pupper's got up. Need you go bathroom? Is that what you want? Can you go bathroom? Here, let me... Sorry. He takes priority. I'm sorry. Go bathroom? Go bathroom? Let's go bathroom. Let's go bathroom. Come on, let's go bathroom. 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 Yeah, let's go bathroom. Bother mom. That one. No? That plus the second mistake was making it a live service game. Yeah, that was always a big mistake. I don't know why they decided to do that.
Would then go through some radio silence before dropping on the 26th of January 2026 on Steam, hoping to put their game where their hype was. Although Highguard was able to reach nearly as many as 100,000 players peak, which isn't...
So it turns out that there were apparently 2 million people that logged into the game. So 2 million people, because they're accounting for all other platforms other than Steam, and 90-something% of them still left. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you, but yeah, 2 million. Apparently, a total of 2 million people went into the game, and they still did not have enough. And remember, they quoted saying, we don't need a large amount of people playing the game. It was like, we're not looking for player count, and it's just like, yes, you are. Yes, you are. Stop that. Stop lying to yourself. And look at where they are now. People are going to give Jeff when he looks? Not exactly. Jeff, in anything, Jeff actually helped them. If you think about it in hindsight, Jeff put them in the Game Awards, period. Whether they were going to be front, back, or, you know, the last one to show up, I think Jeff actually helped them because they were planning the shadow drop High Guard. Really. They were going to shadow drop High Guard, and they thought they could just do the same lightning in a bottle as they did with Apex Legends. So honestly, there was a word that was used to describe this. Hubris? I think that was the word, hubris. Pure hubris is what I think one of the developers said, or something, or maybe somebody who like interviewed this or was like looking into this. I think it was a developer. They said that it was hubris, and they thought they could recreate that same miracle as Apex Legends, but there were so many factors as to why Apex Legends not only succeeded but survived, and that's because like during that time people were looking for BRs of different variations that wasn't Fortnite. You know, people wanted the adult version of Battle Royale, so Apex Legends came in, you know. And you gotta think about it, Apex Legends was supposed to be a Titanfall 3, and they just didn't do that. They decided to go for what was trending right now in gaming, and that was Battle Royales. So they didn't really, they thought they could do that again. They really did. They thought that they could take all the trending factors of FPS again, cobble it together into this actually beautiful looking game. To be honest, it's graphically sound, right? And they were backed up by Tencent. So
incredible for an unheard of studio, even, you know, if it had veteran developers or not, but that number would bungee jump off of a cliff in just a mere days, falling as low as under 600 players as of the writing of this video, just a month after launch. Look, High Guard is controversial, but is the controversy really worthy of critique? Just as the game
PUBG is still surviving. I don't know.
In the story of
still thriving. I don't know. Maybe. I guess so. I think it is. But I don't know, man.
We will cover this and more on this episode of Death of a Game, a series where we investigate.
He made this quite early. He made this quite early before like they even announced that the end of service was actually going to come through. Like there is no way he knew and then was just like, "Oh yeah, I just so happened to put out the video on the day that this game would just like come out, you know, or that this game would end, right? Like it's a coincidence actually. He had, I mean, everybody had the foresight it was going to die, but we couldn't really say that it was a death of the game yet until they literally said, "Hey, we're going to end the service." So he made this very early. Like he made this there's no way he made this in like 24 hours or something like that, or a few hours. There's no way.
Factors to a game or company's death or dying by utilizing a timeline of events that is filled with clues, developer testimonies, key figures, and most important of all, a sprinkle of detective intuition. This all culminates in a final deduction sequence where we crack the case for good. You know, every detective's moment to let everyone else in on the mystery in case they missed the clues along the way. Well,
definitely thought ahead on this one. I would say that he saw the writing on the wall and he jumped on it. Really, everybody sees the writing on the wall. I think, honestly, I think this was a little premature for a video to come out because I'm pretty sure he doesn't have the information of the 45 days. Like they only lasted for 45 days. If it's in here, his editing method is going. I want to know what his editing method is. He doesn't always do it about games that actually got shut down. He sometimes covers games that are considered dead because they don't have a player base. I guess so. That might be the case as well. Yeah.
Guard down, detectives. We have a case to investigate.
In fact,
the story begins with the main.
Yo, I had some line repeats in the video I forgot to edit out. Okay, so he didn't. Okay. If you haven't rushed the video to release it today, you would have had the analytics the dev shared like the 2 million installs, etc. See, that's what I was talking about. That's exactly what I was talking about. He kind of just He pushed this
Success
out.
of a band of veteran shooter developers, Respawn Entertainment, the developers behind the Titanfall series, under Electronic Arts' wing.
Yeah,
Reportedly,
he pretty much pushed this out like real fast.
developed and tested largely in secret even from EA themselves apparently, Apex Legends was able to avoid suspicions before being shadow dropped for the world to enjoy, resulting in a resounding success for the developers and Electronic Arts more so, as reports would state, earning them north of $3 billion in revenue. This would allow Respawn to claim both artistic and financial success.
I'm sorry, what?
$1 in revenue. Electronic Arts more so, as reports would state, earning them north of $3 billion in revenue.
$3 billion.
This would allow Respawn to claim both artistic and financial success. Or at
No,
least
Concord
so
didn't
many
last
of
that
the
long.
original
Concord
developers
lasted
have
for
thought.
about a week.
According to Jason Schreier's reporting, many of the original developers were in fact disgruntled, because although the game would reach incredible successful heights, but many of the developers saw next to nothing to speak from about that. This would motivate many of them within just 5 years to depart Respawn Entertainment, also citing issues with not enjoying being under the boot of Electronic Arts, such as things like creativity constraints. One of the many major departing figures was none other than Dusty Welch, who was the GM on Apex Legends, and Chad Grenier, the lead scripter for Apex Legends, a former founder of Respawn Entertainment as well. These two would go on to found Wildlight Entertainment later on. Development for their next title would begin before the studio was technically founded, as they would, according to reports, come up with a new video game idea just about every day until people would start to eventually arrive at what would later become known as High Guard, though was originally known as Mythic. The initial team was just as small as
Concord is still the shortest. I might have to reevaluate that. I think Concord is still the shortest. Because it had to have lasted for about a week, but I'm sure I forgot. I think there was a game that was shorter than that. I'll double check. Oh my goodness, who is this person and why?
6 people.
Oh,
The
okay.
process for the next game would actually come from another developer that worked on Apex Legends as well, Carlos Pineda, a lead designer on the upcoming unannounced and undecided project. He would ask the question, hey, do you guys know what Rust is? Which sounds very, how do you do, kids? But anyway, this would actually become the basis of their main game idea. However, this idea about
Rust?
2 years in, according to Jason Schreier's reporting, would take another form. The more modern form of the game due to complaints about wanting the game to be more competitive. They also felt that the scope for what they wanted originally for the game was just too big and settled on what would later become known as High Guard. The concept of raiding a base would remain salvaged and form the basis of what the game would be built
14
on,
days,
regardless
so
if the
2
rest
weeks.
of the game was now missing. Wildlight Entertainment officially would form as a studio sometime in 2023, announced publicly
2 weeks.
February 16th, 2023. Led by the same industry vets we
Literally
cited from
14
Respawn
days.
Entertainment and bolstered by even more
The
former
Calling
Apex Legends
2
and Titanfall
apparently
talent, such as
lasted
Jason
for
McCord,
8 days?
who worked as a design director on Apex Legends. Muhammad Alavi, a former lead
Babylon
level designer at
Falls, about a
Respawn,
year,
and
and that
number
was
of
Square
other
Enix's.
artists and developers such as Robert Robe, Josh Sobel, and more. This would bring their overall development team up to around 100 developers by the end of development, 60 of which having been prior Apex Legends and Titanfall developers. These developers would make up the bulk team for most of the game's development. If this seems like a huge team for a new studio, it is, though some of the blow is cushioned by the fact that the studio was supposed to be fully remote, and thus would save the cost on having to have a HQ that everyone had to relocate to. Though if you're like me, you're probably wondering, even before the recent events, how on earth were they going to fund this? I mean, Wildlight Entertainment was claiming to be fully funded even as far back as their announcement, and had over 60 developers. The reason this is relevant is because, well, money isn't free. And in-game development, where it comes from, dictates who the game is being made for and oftentimes how. If you're taking investment capital early on, there's going to be some strings attached to that, especially if they are going to be funding your project entirely.
That's
including
true.
The development for the next couple of years.
They
But for all
they
public-
made the mistake of thinking that they can be in the indie space while also being funded by Tencent. Now, I don't know how you guys feel about Tencent, but as far as I can tell you objectively, they are still probably the richest and have like the most amount of money in terms of like any game studio. Okay, hi Cherry. No reactions today. I'm coming off of a sickness here. So sorry. As far as I can tell you though, they did something slimy when they said that they're an indie studio. They really did. They did something slimy. They weren't lying. but they did something slimy by hiding the fact that they were funded by Tencent. Very slimy. They were fully funded. They didn't lie. They just didn't tell the whole truth, which again makes me ponder about like whether or not some indie studio pops out of nowhere and their game looks like it's AAA funded. So now we got to keep an eye out on that.
Intents and purposes, Wildlight Entertainment was funded, but secretly, as no investor was disclosed at all, this would give off the view that they were indie, which we will find out a bit later that they weren't really. I also wanted to note, as of just months ago, we see a reference to a Wildlight Entertainment studio, which is actually located in Woodland Hills, California. So they actually still have an HQ as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, and in California, freaking place is like expensive as hell. Good for them for that. But it's like what I said before. When it comes right down to it, they're still an indie studio. They're just corporate backed, right? They're corporate backed, and being corporate backed kind of just adjusts you to being a AA studio at this point. But if you have like something up to like $200 million in funding, that turns you into a AAA studio in that factor, right? Like a AA studio, I would say is like under like $50 million, right? $50 million or somewhere around there. And then when you hit $100 million, you're effectively making a AAA game. So in this case, they're still independent, but the caveat is they got funded for like $200 million. Highguard was funded for $200 million by Tencent. I don't even know how they convinced Tencent to do that. Maybe it's because it's like, everybody's going to play this. It's definitely going to be lightning in the bottle, because you know what? People love live service games. People love shooting. We knew. They even sat down in the interview. They're like, we knew that it had to be a live service FPS. So it's just like, boy, oh boy. This is your first. They had, you know what? They brought AAA over with what they learned from being in AAA. That's probably one of the biggest issues, is that because they learned a lot from being in AAA, they brought that over. And unfortunately, not a lot of people are going to vibe with that. Not really, especially if it's live service. People at this point are kind of sick and tired of live service. Like, some people are stuck in their live service games. That's different from people liking live service games. There's a difference. People are stuck in it because they invest their time. They invested time into it, and they feel as though if they don't actually participate in the events that they put themselves trapped into, that they're going to miss out. So that's why current live service games are actually prospering. It's because people can't let go. If you introduce a new live service game, you have to give a good reason why people should, fall into your trap. They didn't do a good job with that.
The fateful day of the fateful announcement would come. December 11th, 2025 would be the commencement of one of the biggest gaming award shows out there at the moment, the Game Awards, or the TGAs. This ceremony shows off upcoming titles ranging from indie to high-profile AAA products, though mostly the latter. Jeff Keighley, the steward of TGA, would, after playing Highguard after visiting the Wildlight Entertainment Studios reportedly and being impressed, make a personal decision to place the upcoming Raid Shooter at the tail end of the TGAs, a spot that's usually reserved for like super high production games that look great on camera. And what came next would go on in internet infamy. Enter the official reveal trailer. John Highguard Atticus was there to greet us in the trailer. Monologuing monotonely, what sounds like a rally call.
He said John Atticus Highguard.
Gameplay made to look exciting with no rhyme or reason as to what was actually going on, or what the format of the game even was. The unbelievable amount of expectations placed on the final game at the TGAs was immense, and you can see it in the comments section, echoed around the internet.
Also, I don't know why people don't point this out, but this is the very thing that showed us. The first thing that we saw was like him fighting 4 people, and then we end up with a 3v3. So you have to think about this for a second. They had 5v5 in the background already. They already had it. They already had like 5v5 or 6v6, whatever, in the background. They could easily change it to be that. And yet they decided 3v3 was the way to go.
What the heck was this? Why didn't it look as high production as they had expected, and how did they manage to make a more generic trailer than Concord did? Well,
I'll be honest with you. this had some production. I kind of disagree with him with saying that how come this isn't high production. This was actually kind of high production. The first thing that I saw when I looked at that, when I saw Mr. Atticus jumping off the thing and onto his horse, I was like, yeah, this kind of feels like double A coded or triple A coded. I was feeling more double A, but I was giving them the benefit of the doubt.
That last one is related to what
I
some
was
developers
wrong.
would refer to as a rush to push a trailer out last second, likely to answer the call at the TGAs. Reportedly, Chad Grenier and team had wanted a shadow launch as they had done before in the past with Apex Legends to great success. But as some developers would stress, they weren't as known, being a new studio, but according to Chad, they were a small indie studio with a limited budget and time, and had no big marketing push to guide them. And thus, this was a gamble that they took, thinking in the end
All
that
the lies in the
most
world. All the lies in the world. Now we hearing it, right?
thing would be
All the
simply
lies
to,
in the
as
world.
they said, getting eyes on the game. Not paying attention to the context of what a bad play here could either do to their game or its reputation, or not really receiving the proper feedback ahead of time to even know what you were in for. Reports would come out a month later about how I already mentioned that Highguard didn't even pay for their slot. Jeff took the chance on them for no reason other than he just liked the game and trusted the veteran developers on it. While this might sound like a good thing and a cool gesture, really, Jeff might have just forced a title that wasn't ready for the spotlight to take the spotlight and find themselves burned by the light. Worse, following this public reception, Wildlight Entertainment would go radio silent for weeks before dropping a slew of details and a gameplay breakdown January 23rd, 2026, just days before they were set to launch. So which is it? Are you going to do the shadow launch, or are we actually going to be releasing details? And if we're doing both, then why are we doing it like this, where it's like there's not enough time to actually make an assessment after you drop said details? In a official launch video, Chad Grenier and Jason McCord would take center stage, talking about their desire to make something design-led, where gameplay would always come first. They would also talk about taking major inspiration from survival shooters, especially regarding base rating. But this wasn't a survival game, Jason.
Oh my gosh,
wasn't
this. So are you telling me? Are you telling me the main thing that they were looking at? It wasn't Rainbow Six Siege. It was actually Rust. Because of the survival element. And he did say something about Rust before. So are we saying that Highguard was a mix of like a whole bunch of other FPS shooters, but was designed to be like a multiplayer Rust, where there was like, and I'm just spitballing here, because they wanted a survival element in a competitive FPS shooter. So they put the freaking diamond things in there for resources. So were they expecting people to enjoy that? The FPS, the open world, the base siege kinds of things? Because now that I'm looking at it, it's less so Rainbow Six Siege and more so Rust. Oh my gosh. They really dropped the ball. They really have no idea. Now, like I have to rethink that.
a base building game. It was a PvP raid shooter, something entirely new that relied on their level design ability more so, and of course their skills as a shooter-focused team. Look, not only is this bizarre to announce a new genre days before you are set to launch your new game, I've just also not really ever seen creating a genre overnight be a thing. I mean, the biggest, most powerful gaming genres of late, like Battle Royales or MOBAs, were created in custom games of other games, and thus were like first community major efforts. And were first major community efforts before they became commercial games. I mean,
he double took. He did a lot of double takes in here. He forgot to get rid of that. Yeah, he rushed this video pretty badly. Yeah, I'm like sure of that. He did rush this video. I mean, I guess I have nothing against him, but like when you gotta pay attention with your editing. Like I have like this obsessive need to go back and like rewatch my editing all the time, and I'm pretty sure he didn't do that. I'm pretty sure, and he does this all the time. I know he does, but this is nothing against him. Honestly, I think he really does need to like take it easy when he goes over and looks at his editing work.
You have to see if people even want this to exist first,
Also,
right? And second,
I
not
am
only did the
ordering
market not
something.
exist, would it even exist? Would it form at all? I mean, I've been playing survival games since they got started, having been playing them since Minecraft was in early stages because, as I've said before, Notch was a former MMORPG developer, and DayZ when it was a mod over a decade ago. But even in more modern times, I have nearly 500 hours in Rust on just one account, and 200 or so on another.
Yeah.
Don't ask me why. I can safely say vertical slicing in MMORPG worked for the survival game genre, and thus me and my enjoyment of them, having loved sandbox MMOs. However, I can't imagine that thinking that gamifying a single aspect of them would work as a full-fledged game idea. I mean, think about it. It's essentially just Rust with PvP and base rating, except placed in a neatly wrapped, safe box with no room for variety. You know, the spice of survival games mostly. Worse, the rewards are even more paltry when you remove all the fun, tension, and excitement, and, well, need for the resources in a game like Rust. It really feels like someone who had no idea what makes survival games like Rust tick, and, you know, the more PvP-centric ones, just thought by taking the part that
I'll be honest with you. Just hearing all this kind of just like what's the word? It vindicates a lot of people who've been sitting here just telling others like this is not going to succeed. Right?
they
Like
liked
I
the
wanted
most,
to give the benefit of the
base
doubt.
rating aspect,
Of the
they
doubt
could
here.
turn that into a game, but I just don't see it. And I would wager many of my content creator survival gamer bros wouldn't either. So you're not targeting them. They're the actual gamers and audience that you would potentially be roping in.
Wait, what was that?
Them,
What's the
they're
program he was
actual
using? Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Yeah, look at that workspace.
and audience that you would potentially be roping in. But if you're trying to rope in those that didn't even get roped in the first time, like the more kind of casual on the fringe players, I can't imagine that's
Rendering
like a
can be
worthwhile
bad, yeah.
endeavor there. It's like a survival light game, but those already exist and they're not PvP focused. I don't have any other major notes to make except, well, any scene I ever see with like Manny Hagopian, or Hagopian, I'm not sure how you say his name, sorry, regarding the game just gives off these like ancient alien vibes. And no, it's not because of their hair, but anytime they ever talk, I just don't hear anything of value. This is significant because this was the person who's supposed to be getting me to care about the characters in the world. And all they were saying were useless platitudes. Players will discover new story, aka...
Is he doing that on purpose? Is that me?
We haven't made it yet. Anyway, on this video, by the way,
He did that on
obviously
purpose.
confident about what's to come, comments would be disabled altogether. Or how about how when you go to the subreddit and find Chad Grenier there, who for some reason is a mod of their community-run subreddit, as it says in the fine print, has a private profile. The lead talking head on the project, no different than a scared internet anon. The difference being is you're an artist, and you're trying to publish art and get people to play it publicly, painting yet more
Art aside, right? Everybody who worked on the game in terms like the artistry and everything like that, the movement, apparently not the shooting and gameplay. A lot of people said that the shooting wasn't as good as like Titanfall or Apex Legends. So, you know, that's them and theirs. But excuse me. This is a game that looks good. Right, it looks good, as in aesthetically it looks good, so I have to give it to the artists for being able to make this world. It's just everything when it comes together, there were so many wrong steps at every turn. There were so many wrong steps.
Instances of how scared Wildlight Entertainment seemed to be about
Like,
their new shiny product. The thing is, no amount of toxic positivity was going to make your game resonate with.
And that's another thing. There are there are companies out there, especially AAA companies out there that does have toxic positivity in the workspace. So no one can say anything bad about it. No one can point out like, are you sure people are going to like this? And then you're like, are you being a negative Nancy? Are you being super negative, Mr. Negative Nancy? And put them on the spot.
Gamers. It had to actually be a good game. So you can try to hide from criticism as much as possible, or just hide behind this veneer that you're going to pull off another Apex Legends, but I don't think it's realistic. Highguard would launch January 26th, 2026, just days later, coming as a surprise to many gamers such as myself. And that's because what would come next is one of the more interesting stories for the year, and it just started. Highguard had no shortage of popularity or interest to start things off, being able to reach as many as like 100,000 players peak. But Highguard would showcase a number of factors in the game industry.
That was on
The
Steam.
actual
100,000 players on Steam. Now we have the new statistics of it actually being more to 2 million, but the problem still sticks is that 90% of the player base definitely did leave, so...
quality and content of the game itself would sort of find itself lost in that debate and fight. But before we handle the game's reception publicly, from gamers and critics alike, I wanted to actually jump into the gameplay and critique it first, myself, so we can kind of get past all of that noise. So was Highguard getting unfair hate? I mean, these were the previous devs that worked on Apex Legends and Titanfall, right? Two games that were highly known for their gameplay. I don't think so. I actually think that Highguard is worthy of the hate that it's getting from an artistic standpoint. I mean, it's a bare bones games as a service that had one mode at launch, no ranked mode, no character or account progression or mastery, and no actual detailed stats. It also bizarrely has a forced tutorial that, by the way, if you ever get DC'd while doing it, which by the way, it kicks you out if you start to AFK, I learned that the hard way, you have to restart the whole thing all over again. It's, what? Anyway, how they handled maps or levels was actually kind of like interesting, at the very least, with the chance of like 5 rotating maps and 6 bases that you could choose from. Highguard worked in a simple way for the people that had experience in the survival gaming genre.
You did it again.
For those that were unaware, could prove to be a little complicating as it kind of blended elements of many different genres together. Gathering, traveling, leveling and itemization, PvP, and of course your skill at raiding a base. Since building isn't really a thing in this game, instead everyone can just reinforce walls. Players would form teams of 3, or queue into groups of 3 in total, fighting 3 other players in a map with the goal of grabbing the shield breaker, a powerful artifact sword, and bringing it to the enemy base so you can assault it. First, you spawn into the game after selecting a base to which you can then choose to fortify it first. Following this, players will go out and roam the map, looking for loot and Vesper, the currency needed in the game to purchase loot. After mining this Vesper and acquiring some loot, once the shield breaker spawns, players must fight over it before then transitioning into the main phase of the game, the raid phase, where players use the shield breaker, as I said, to breach the enemy base, to which then players must apply bombs to topple. My personal thoughts on the concept are as follows. I think it's ass. Starting with the core movement and gameplay, which you will hear many people glaze over and glaze about, which I actually think is a bit of a red herring. That's because the movement and gunplay are nothing like Titanfall or Apex Legends. If anything, they feel like those games if they were World of Warcrafted to sell to a broader or younger audience.
Wait, what does that mean?
It isn't as precise as either of those games and offers none of the innovations they did in wall running, mantling, or slide tech. Second, who wants to play a 3v3 raid each other's base on a huge map? The concept doesn't even make sense, unless you realize that someone probably sat in a room and convinced people that in Rust, well, most raids are just with 3-mans, and thus we have a game. When in reality...
That's probably a reason why they have the 3v3 thing going on. Somebody played too much Rust and thought that they could turn that into something else. I swear that's probably what happened. Someone must have played too much Rust.
3-mans might be the most competitive configuration, sure, but people raid in all group sizes in Rust, especially large groups for safety, let's be honest. Throw into account that some Rust servers have like as many as hundreds of players in them.
1,000. Rust can have up to 1,000 people playing at the same time in a server. 1,000.
And you never run out of crazy things to get involved in that game. So then I asked myself, well, why does Highguard exist? And my answer is not going to sound like a very nice one. It's because it feels like someone saw Rust and thought, what if we can control the outcomes and enjoyment a bit more, and turn that into some competitive shooter? That could even be esports, right? The problem is, to do that, you have to create this
I think for the most part, their servers are fine.
Carried out on a big empty map with 3v3 as the team configuration. At least that's how the idea ends up, right?
So the servers can shit the bed sometimes.
Why not just make it multi-scene? Like, Battle Royales do it. But the argument against that was simple, even if it made no sense. They wanted to control the outcome better for the 6 players involved in a single match. The problem is, as I stated, to control that you have to give up so much. Think Thanos and sacrificing everything. In the end, you're left with a shell and husk of a game, and not a very good one. Besides the lackluster combat and gunplay, you have an incredibly generic character cast, or wardens as they're known in the game, that are hired by the Iron Vault to mine the important resources throughout the world to create, well, immense wealth. Capitalism. I think the idea is that they need to
Capitalism.
be super agents because it's dangerous there, but it's never really explained why except for, well, PvP. These wardens are worse than Concords, and I will explain why. They lack originality, on top of lacking actual identities. The wardens do very little to show you what the characters are about, based on visuals alone. In fact, ironically, the prestige skin for every character actually accomplishes this, which is ridiculous to hide your character's identity behind a paywall, right? But let's pick some more examples.
I mean, if we look at the characters, Atticus and his thunderbolt on his head was the only way for me to figure out that he can actually, like, he's like lightning dude, right? But like either other way, he looks like a very generic character. This guy, at the very least, Redmayne looks like he belongs in some sort of barbarian culture. That's to say like, ooh, I get bored just thinking about playing this game. But he looks like he's part of a barbarian culture, which means that he's more aggressive, which means he goes berserk. But the only, like, the character designs are not too crazy.
We always do when we talk about, like, cast of characters for hero shooter style games. Kai is an ice monk. Why? He doesn't act anything like someone who went to a monastery or is a monk. It just feels like it's, like, thrown in there.
He is an ice monk who is also using guns. Sure, he can bring up ice blocks. Sure, he can turn into a giant ice yeti, but how is he doing monk things? Is he doing hand-to-hand combat? That'd be great to see, right?
And then Scarlet is this gorgeous character that's supposed to be like Ezio, but looks more like Talia from League of Legends. But the game's premier feature character, all over marketing material, is Atticus, or John Highguard. It's just that generic. He's supposed to be this famed warden captain, but all of his abilities are selfish, despite him being a selfless character, supposedly. Showing how conflicted the character design was in Highguard, and well, non-impactful it was. Especially when you only have like the 2 different abilities that can actually make your character unique. I guess not counting your passive. The most redeeming thing of the game is the mounted combat, which allows you to basically play Wild West Simulator, which is honestly pretty rare overall in a multiplayer game and makes the game feel like an old school free-to-play game from the 2000s, which is kind of good and bad. Although the mounted combat is fun, it feels very half-baked despite this, almost like they would have had more value in just pursuing that over the raiding thing, which, sorry for me, is a total non-starter in Highguard. I raid Rust and other survival games for loot, and the chance to enrich my clan. In Highguard, there's no real account progression or character mastery, and since the maps wipe constantly and aren't actually mine, I don't get any of the same base building and defending satisfaction, a classic human feature. It feels like a Disney Kids version of Rust, and considering the kind of game we are talking about, why would anyone even want that? Now that we got through a lot of that noise, let's talk about the public reception of Highguard, which is super important naturally, with a multiplayer free-to-play game especially covering both the player and critical lens. Starting with the player base first. As we can largely track from reading Steam reviews, and to be honest, they are quite hard to parse if we're looking for the actual launch day reviews. There's a ton of troll reviews, recipes, White Knight reviews for some reason, and the actual good reviews were nowhere to be seen. Sure, you see some positive reviews, but in those reviews, most of the players spend more time fighting off imaginary demons than actually addressing the substance of the game, which shows a problem we have in this industry. As much as we have people willing to relieve themselves at the thought of just a major game failing, which is weird despite me creating this series, trust me, there are also plenty there ready to defend absolute trash.
I think what we have here is a culture that's probably sick and tired of, games that they've seen before, that they've gone through this motion before, that they've done this before. I think a lot of people are negative, and the outlook looks negative is because a lot of these games are just pretty much negative, right? Pretty garbage. So a good amount of these AAA games are pretty much garbage. And we're at this point where people know what they want. Trying to defend a game and say that it's going to get better down the line, yeah, cool, you could be positive about that, but the game is still boring. The game is still boring, and a majority of people do not want to play the game. I don't know what to say.
And eat it up, with no defense other than just stop being a meaniehead. It's the superfan versus the anti-fan, facing off in a battle for the snoozes. It makes it hard or impossible to navigate as a normal gamer trying to parse if a game's worth it or not, though. In a sense, those trying to defend the game like this end up making matters worse, as players look to actual reviews of the game like me for a chance to see if they should try it out, but they can't find any actual reviews. Remember, players don't have the ability to vote with their wallet effectively, as shown by the amount of defending in my comment section for things like microtransactions or pay-to-win practices for years. And well, of course, many other public instances of supposed boycotts failing epically.
I want to say so much about live service right now. I really do. People are stuck in those games. They're stuck. They're basically circulating themselves through a cycle of traps right now. People who enjoy live service games honestly feel like they're more dedicated to it because either they're paying subscriptions like in MMOs, or they spent too much time in there and they don't want to lose that kind of progress. So, I mean, that's like gacha. Gacha also has kind of like the dark pattern systems that other live service games have, where it's like, hey, stay in this game or else you're just going to miss out on a lot of these things, like banners, like characters, like, oh man, I'm missing out on this banner. If I don't get it, I'm going to miss out on it forever. A lot of this dark pattern crap in live service game it's not good. And I honestly, I wish people would regulate it. I really do. I honestly wish people would regulate it, because it's giving off the same thing as it induces gambling tendencies. It induces gambling tendencies. I'm not saying that it is gambling. I'm saying it induces gambling tendencies, because live service games aren't gambling. Live service games are not even actually that bad. It's just how, people use them in terms of their developed game. It's just, like, people are tired of it. Like, you have to ask the question, if you're going to make a live service game, why should people invest their time and or money in it, right? Because you want them to spend time and or money in there for years. Think about that for a second. Stop. I wish these big time freaking studios and companies, especially AAA, would just, stop. I think we need a reset button.
Especially when a game is free. Meaning if Highguard had quality, hate play or not, people would still be playing the game. Look at League of Legends and their population of the game. They hate it, and yet they play it so much. Oops.
That's because they invested too much into it. They can't stop. They're also trapped, unfortunately.
Guilty. But let's get to the critical reception of Highguard now, which is largely a tepid response, which isn't exactly my point for mentioning it. IGN, for example, would give the game a 7 out of 10, calling the gunplay compelling and enjoying the impressive pace of updates. For a game that launched maybe 60% complete when compared to other modern-day shooters or classic shooters, or hell, even Titanfall, IGN would admit even if they liked aspects, there wasn't a lot of meat on the bones, but they saw potential at least. And I'm not gonna lie, I think that this review is really trash. You don't rate a game based on potential when it launches and charges money for things. You rate it based on the product at hand. Comparing Apex Legends to this is not comparable. Apex Legends offered something completely unique from a gameplay perspective. It feels so irresponsible to publish a review like...
It offered something in the Battle Royale genre, right? It offered characters that were more seen like, heroes, compared to that at Fortnite where everybody's playing basically the same character with a different skin. So Apex Legends does have its unique purpose or its unique traits when it comes to BRs. But it's still a BR. At the end of the day, it's still a BR.
Especially when a writer like this won't be found to talk about the game if the potential doesn't take off. But the overall reception of Highguard was similar rating-wise, scoring a 63 out of 100 on aggregate review website Metacritic. Well, unless you're Morgan Park, who seems to have made it a career out of always trying to be the pointless contrarian. Hey, this game's actually really good. Hey, this game's actually really good. Okay. We trust you, Morgan. Stellar record, by the way. But for how mediocre the game was overall, this is actually a pretty good media reception. I mean, sure, nobody outright calls the game good, but saying it had good moments or good bones. The reason I think the reception is more positive than it should be is if you compare Highguard to another survival game, like critically, it scores pretty well. Hell, Rust only scored a 69 out of 100, 69, from critics. The problem is, historically, if it doesn't have a story mode in it, critics don't like survival games, or sandbox games. These games take time investment and a level of knowledge, and skill and teamwork to execute.
Also, it's just pure gameplay, and people in the media don't like just pure gameplay for the most part. They would rather have, some sort of character development, or even better, you have character development with a story behind it all the time. That's pure cinematic.
Meanwhile, check the reception on Steam for Rust, and you get a completely different story,
Oh,
where
yeah.
it hails a impressive 86% rated, very positive score from a whopping 500,000 players. The player base has already decided that they love this game. Meanwhile, critics were not convinced. But who cares? They aren't part of this discussion at the core when it comes to a more sandbox-style game, let's be honest. I bet that this is also related to the shock of many Highguard developers at their poor reception publicly, as we will talk more about later. Within days of launching,
Wait,
Wild
how
developers-
shocked? Didn't expect the hate, but they're confident in their game. They didn't expect the hate. They just did not have the foresight, because they do not know the culture. They didn't know the culture in the beginning. They really didn't. They really landed on a gold mine because of what they basically followed in terms of a trend with Apex Legend. These are people that don't know the gaming culture, unfortunately.
at their poor reception publicly, as we will
They
talk
just
more
don't know.
about later. Within days of launching, Wildlight Entertainment would respond to feedback about player counts and introduce a 5 vs 5 mode, which is why I found it hard to parse the positive reviews for the game, when most people were playing and reviewing the game after this change. So clearly, it was wanted and really enjoyed, and maybe even needed arguably. The issue that I have with it is how easy it was to be presented as a solution, offered right there at their feet, meaning that like nobody in testing ever thought of this before? Seriously? It just seems hard to believe. And if you do believe it, then at that point you have to admit that Wildlight Entertainment wasn't sure what kind of game they were trying to make, which could work if they had legroom to change and make mistakes though. But that's why Chad Grenier, in an interview published post the game's launch, would state that they were most interested in retention and consistent growth for their game as a metric to follow for success.
Yeah, but they did put out that player base didn't count for them. Why'd they say that? Why? No, why did they say that?
Which kind of seemed confusing when Jason McCord argued the opposite as a reason for why they took the TGA offer, because it was going to bring eyes to their game, which was the most important thing according to him. Chad would then also argue that there wasn't any game like theirs, which had to stand for something. Except as I've stated in my other episodes in the past, creating a new genre is a cool, in theory thing, but it's not only harder than it seems, it oftentimes doesn't even benefit the first person or...
They barely made a new genre, let's be honest. They barely made a new genre. Base destroying is not new. FPS is not new. Heroes are not new. So they're not really creating a new genre.
Pioneer in that field, creating a more cascading effect that creates the success from it. The other issue with it is if nothing is like your game,
I would have bought that lie if the game was not
to stand alone and thus fail on its own, collapsing at its own weight.
Oh my gosh.
It will collapse due to having the burden of having to be the best and only in its new field it just invented. A heavy burden. Think of a new game style as a new sport. You have to essentially convince people this new sport is exciting and worthwhile, which is not an easy task as you have to penetrate culture to do so at large. That's why the biggest trends in gaming are actually organic and were first led by the gaming communities that back them. You can't force a eureka moment when there wasn't one. Episode 2 would drop for Highguard just days after launching, which honestly just shows how utterly off their marketing was for the game. That's because it wasn't just Episode 2 that dropped, content-wise. They actually dropped the Episode 1 and 2 cinematics for the game, which honestly are pretty good all things considered. It was like they wanted to emulate Overwatch, but pretended that the timing of their marketing somehow didn't matter. I'm memeing a bit, but seriously, how would you guys think that people wouldn't want to see this stuff first, especially if you're not going to shadow drop, especially when it's much better produced and done than the trailers that you've already shown the public? It's like wearing really nice clothes, but not wanting anyone to see them. You know what I mean? This would have been a great lead-in for your game, where you could have slowly built things up and then reacted to feedback as things came.
Yeah, they did all things wrong with this. Whoever their marketing team was, which was probably... whoever their marketing team was, they did it all things wrong. They did everything wrong. All things wrong. You should have put out those cinematics first, just to give the backstory to what Highguard and who these people were. At the very least, they wouldn't look at Atticus as John Video Game. But they didn't do that. Nah. They didn't want to do that. They knew what they were doing with the shadow drop. Oh.
But the chance to do that just never came, when although not shocking to the jackals cackling from the rafters, would be shocking to many, including myself, as the Highguard team at Wildlight Entertainment would be mostly laid off, with less than 20 developers remaining, meaning over 90 potential employees had lost their jobs, though they would at least receive some sort of severance in the process. This was shocking to me because this was a studio that talked about how indie they were and how—
Alright, give me a second. I got food coming.
they had content set up for an entire year. Hey, I believe them. But if you're already having to pack things up and have to fire more than 80% of your workforce, it means that something else is at play. Either poor management or the funds are drying up.
Both.
But before we cover the mysterious
was
funding
happening.
behind Highguard, we will talk about some of the fallout that came from the development team being let go. In these interviews and tidbits, we can find some major clues. One of these major departures that was quick to speak their piece was Josh Sobo, a lead technical artist on the game. Josh would state that the future had seemed bright for Highguard, and developers were calling the game lightning in a bottle. Josh would continue to list more platitudes people levied at the game and project quite highly. But then Josh would turn quite bitter, as he would then start to highlight how the game never seemed to have a chance, and was turned into a joke from minute one. This was regarding people feeling that the game had purchased its final slot on the TGAs, which apparently was actually quite normal. Josh would then state that products were at the whim of their consumers, and he felt that those consumers had slandered Highguard past repair. Josh would continue to highlight the slew of negativity that the game would face, but before covering that again,
He's not all the way wrong about that. It is the players, and especially the outliers of people online, that practically... Oh, I unplugged something. That practically dictates some of these things.
I wanted to pivot to something else related, and that's toxic positivity. That's what exists when you don't have people telling you what they don't like. It's actually even more insidious in a way because it gives you little actionable feedback and leaves you vulnerable for a gut punch one day. Kind of like fake martial arts, right? Having read through tons of negative feedback in preparation for this video for the game, I have a different perspective regarding the game, of course, because I'm more of an impartial party. The game's not that good. That's why the good feedback couldn't combat the bad feedback, which is something that you can see in even the most controversial games. There's no good feedback really for the game, at large. It's just mostly empty platitudes, white knighting, and well, the game is kind of good, which is an indictment more so of anything. Quality will always outshine shit talk. Just look at the Witcher series, a series that was originally dubbed Eurojank and ignored by most players. It would eventually become competitive enough with their second game to get broader coverage, and then knock it out the park with their third game. Sure, now in hindsight everyone can say, well, success always seemed likely, but at one point, when I was first playing the game, people didn't even take it seriously. Naturally, people will also use the No Man's Sky example too, where they were able to take a game that launched to a dud game-wise and resurrect it into a pretty darn good game.
The beginning of all that, when it comes to No Man's Sky, was a complete shit show. And he knew. He knew. He knew. The lead guy knew. So that's why for like the past couple of years, he just said, don't pay attention to the social media. Don't pay attention. Just work on the game. They had the funds to do it. They had the rights to do it. That's what they did. And they came back with No Man's Sky actually being a good game. But they shot the shot too early and they tried to hype it up too early.
But the thing that they always forget to mention is that that game still sold well, at a box price. They had incentive and some money to work on the game and fix it. Highguard, on the other hand, was free to play, and didn't have much revenue coming in from a player base that was already in.
I wish AAA studios and all that would stop trying to use free to play as a means to get everybody to play the game. I mean, it is a brilliant plan to get people to play your game, honestly, because it's free. Everybody's going to play a free game. But you got to make sure that you put your addictive drugs in it first before you do all that. And I say that because I don't like free-to-play games.
In the 1,500 peak player range. So layoffs were likely inevitable, but the fact they came so quickly spoke to something else entirely. In a bombshell moment, a major report would come out from gaming journalist Stephen Totolo and would state that Highguard was indeed fully funded as they had claimed originally, but fully funded by none other than Tencent, the Chinese gaming publisher conglomerate. This was not only surprising to many, myself included, it was a breach of trust in a sense.
Oh yeah.
Wildlight
Oh yeah.
Entertainment had been claimed.
I felt some type of way about that. Y'all know I felt some type of way when they came in and said, hey, by the way, we're funded by Tencent. And you called yourself an indie game. Mother.
Claiming for years they were indie, and meanwhile were funded for at least 3 of those years to create Highguard by Tencent, which is anything but indie. It also explained more of their decision-making, like seeking large amounts of players at once, instead of wanting organic growth over time, and how fast the plug was pulled on things with although the game still being alive right now, it only has 20 developers remaining on it as of the end of February. But it wasn't just a sudden rug pull for Wildlight Entertainment developers. For many of them, it was a rude awakening. According to many sources, the reception at TGA and launch was a surprise to many developers. Reportedly, they had been working with a Tencent-branded consumer research group to
I believe it was called Timmy, but give me a second. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. I get it. Okay. Okay. Come on. Come on. Whoop. Whoop. Okay. Sorry, I had to get a guest in here again.
take feedback for their game. These feedback sessions were almost always guided by developers, which made discovery for their new players easier, and streamlined their experience in a way that wasn't going to be conducive to how live would play out with randoms playing together. Worse, and let me just be blunt about it, nobody told them creating a new game genre overnight and expecting it to work was going to...
They had a ranking system in the background too. Look at that.
Apex Legends didn't even create Battle Royales. It was 2 years late commercially to the trend, and artistically easily like 7 to 8 years late. The whole taking Apex Legends approach just makes no sense here. And really, that just adds more to one of my strongest hunches concerning Highguard, and that it feels like it was made with a little too much rainbows and sunshine and too much looks great, and not enough, what are we building again? According to developers on the project, Hooprees was a major factor for some of the higher-ups especially. Perhaps this was yet again an instance of really talented developers thinking their shit didn't stink, perhaps a little too much. Wildlight would promise that things weren't stopping, however, in a strange roundabout and unceremonious way. Announced on Discord, a Discord, by the way, that when you click on the link for it to their website, it doesn't even work, and it links to the wrong Discord. Anyway, according to a developer known as Coronac on Discord, another patch was promised, although no details were released concerning about what would be in the patch. The announcement just felt so half-baked. Was this small remaining team even working on Highguard, or another project altogether? I had my doubts and suspicions. Regardless, this was a game that was in the 550 or so player range according to Steam charts, so whether they were pumping what little they had left into it or not, it simply wasn't going to be enough needed to revitalize the game, which is what it would need. No, I'm just gonna say it, and shoot the elephant in the room with the 375. Highguard might have been pretty meh overall, but the worst thing about it, the worst thing was that nobody wanted it. The music is playing, detectives, and this mystery.
Okay, so let's all be honest here. He did pretty much say what, like, he pretty much said it at the end there. Who wanted this game? That is the best question to ask. Who wanted this game? Because when they made Apex Legends, they made a game that everybody wanted. Question for this is, who wanted this? Right? I don't understand how some of these people who come up with the ideas of these games, I don't understand how they don't look at what people are playing right now and understand that we're like, it's plain to see the climate of video games right now. It's plain to see. If you're going to make a live service game, you're going to have to make that game fun as shit. Look at Umamasume, that freaking horse girl game, which, again, I'm never going to play because I stay away from free-to-play games. If you're going to make a free-to-play live service game, you have to make that shit addicting, right? You need to make it addicting. But you made a live service game where most of everything was probably boring for a lot of people. And it just did not feel like it was original. You said that they're saying they're like, oh, we made a new genre of a game. They kind of didn't. I'm sorry, they didn't. And this doesn't. I'm not saying anything against the devs and all this. To get the devs again, they are talented. But I think that the devs developing this game, either some of them knew what was going to happen and couldn't say anything because of the environment and the toxic positivity that he was talking about, or they really did think that they made a lightning in a bottle. Again.
Has come to an end. While
I don't know.
Highguard still breathes, it is clearly, in my eyes, not headed anywhere good from this point on. Not just because of all the hoopla surrounding it, but simply because I just don't believe in the product, let alone their ability to rehabilitate.
Like, they believed in the product, but it's like they didn't do a lot of things right. First of all, they didn't hype up the game. They didn't show, like, they should have put out the cinematics, episode 1, 2. They should put out all those cinematics with episode 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever out first, just so that we could get to know the characters that we were going to be playing in the game, right? Second of all, they didn't have a beta. Why would you make a live service game without a beta? Even Final Fantasy had a beta where people were playing the game and gave their feedback. That is very simple. That is probably a must for a live service game. What were they thinking with that one? They were way ahead of themselves with that roadmap. Of course they were. Of course they were. They thought that they made another fantastic game. How hubris It really is hubris. It really is hubris. Like the actual hubris, not the Star Trek hubris. Ooh, excuse me.
Something playable. And so, why did Highguard find itself in the Death of a Game series? Bland and seasonless food. Gas.
What the fuck?
Vertical slicism again. The target market didn't exist. Toxic positivity. A bizarre marketing plan.
True.
And so, the story of Highguard and its wardens is all but at an end now, even just a month after its launch, and I feel confident in saying that. That's what this series is about, after all. Me making a claim out of confidence and research, no matter what.
He got this already? How did he put this into the game? How did he do that?
Point of the timeline a game might be at.
No, I don't know. Highguard was announced to be shutting down in a few weeks.
Though usually reserved for games that are further along than Highguard, for instance. But not all cases are the same, and sometimes due to covering so many of these cases, we see the same patterns in a title that hasn't been out for very long. And when these patterns are exacerbated by a poor public showing and backed up by the arguments presented throughout this video, well, Highguard will show itself in the Death of a Game series, right? Thanks for watching, and let me know in the comments below your thoughts on Highguard, if you got the chance to play it, and why you think it should have worked or didn't, in case I missed anything. Until the next case, detectives, where we cover an unlikely competitor in the animated racer space, led by none other than a major name in the MMORPG and virtual gaming space.
What?
Next on...
The fuck am I looking at? The fuck am I looking at? I have no idea what I'm looking at. Oh! Oh, okay. Alright, folks, what do you think? What do y'all think? You know what? I don't need to know, because you know what? We're all thinking the same thing. Rip Highguard. GG. GG. Rip Highguard. G freaking G. Rip Highguard. GG. It will not be missed. Alright, so this one is interesting. Steam accused of child gambling. Okay.
Hello, I'm the real life fake wizard.
Hi,
On February
hi, real life
25th,
fake wizard.
2026, the New York Attorney General Letitia James filed a lawsuit against the Valve Corporation. You know, the company behind Steam, Counter-Strike, Team Fortress 2, Dota 2, and the upcoming Half-Life 3. The lawsuit alleges.
Why did he joke about that? The upcoming Half-Life 3.
That Valve's loot box systems in their games
That game comes out,
constitute illegal gambling,
and it'll change
and
the world.
Valve has been targeting children and teenagers with these systems to generate billions of dollars in revenue. Now hang on a minute, hold on to that thought for just a moment here. In December of 2025, 2 months before this lawsuit.
By the way, the reason why I watched this guy, he's actually a market. He's been, I think, like 10, 15 years in marketing, and like so-and-so years in accounting, I think, but mostly marketing. So he knows how, plus he's a gamer, he's a nerd. He knows the climate, and at the same time, he's realistic about it. So if you're going to watch anybody, real life fake wizard. For news, real life fake wizard, I would say. He comes at it with more of a not like a nuanced take, but more of a realistic take. By the way, he always tells you to unsubscribe from Disney Plus. I can't do that because my sister watches Disney, so I can't unsubscribe from Disney Plus.
New York State approved 3 brand new casinos to be built in the downstate.
Isn't that weird that this woman is suing Valve for gambling, like kids gambling, and New York just has 3 casinos that's being approved? That's weird.
State region. Each of those casinos' licenses costs $500 million. New York State generated one.
You don't look at Disney Plus? I have to, because my sister wants, there's a show on there that my sister watches, and I just have to keep it up. I'm the one, see, like, each and every one of our family has, like, something. My dad has Netflix, so he pays for Netflix. My mom pays for, like, Hulu, which is not the case anymore. Sorry, I pay for Hulu because of Disney Plus. And my mom, I think she pays for, like, HBO. So we all have our thing. Also, I pay for the internet.
$0.3 billion in tax revenue from mobile sports betting alone in 2025. Their
And the
tax
house.
rate on mobile sports
But
betting
that's not
is
going, you know, that's not neither
the
here nor
highest
there.
in the entire
I pay for
country.
Disney Plus.
New York has lottery billboards on every highway, DraftKings and FanDuel ads.
Okay, so he's getting into this, right? And I can understand that. He's pointing at the lottery. He's making a point. He's making a point. I'm not even gonna lie.
Plastered across every television commercial break. Scratch-off tickets are found inside every bodega and gas station.
Yep.
From Staten Island to Buffalo.
Yep.
But a $2.49 key for a digital knife skin in Counter-Strike, that's where New York State draws the line now.
Come here.
They need to protect the
What?
children from being exposed to gambling.
Wanna
Hello,
go on that?
I'm with the government, and we're here to help.
It's okay. It's okay.
Today's indie game shout-out is Pizza Apocalypse 2, a
What?
3D platformer with a pizza moveset that's accessible and engaging to all skill levels. Explore different countries and put a stop.
Hold on. He said Pizza Apocalypse 2. Give me 1 second. Can I have my hand back? Please? Can I have my hand? I need to use it to type. No. Pizza Tower. Pizza Apocalypse? This is what... There it is. There's Pizza Apocalypse and Pizza Apocalypse 2. Hold on. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. You don't have to lick my leg. Why is this free? Hey, stop licking my leg. Stop it. Stop licking my leg. This looks interesting. Ah! It's a... I mean, it's a 3D platformer. Hell, I'll put it in my library. Whatever. It's in my library now. Hell, I'll put it in my library. Pizza Apocalypse 2. That just came out, right? Is that the case? Oh, it's a playtest. Plan release somewhere 2026? Sure. Alright, I just requested a key. It's whatever.
The evil corporation.
Why is it free though? I don't know.
Pizza.
I'll figure that
To learn
out.
more about this and hundreds of other indie games, visit our free indie game discovery network, fakeportal.com.
I really need to get in touch with Real Life Fake Wizard about all this. I really do.
Or scan the QR code on your
Hey.
screen. Now back to the video.
I want my hand back.
This is an extremely important video, and I want to establish my biases and positions going
Look, you're
into this
making
because it's
everybody
important
worry.
for everything I'm
Look,
about
look,
to say.
you apologize.
Personally, I'm from New York
Listen.
City. I was born and raised there.
Apologize. Apologize to the camera. Say your story. All right, Kobe. His name is Kobe, by the way. You just wanted petties, didn't you? Yeah, you did. You just wanted petties. Okay.
I know firsthand how corrupt the government is. This isn't a left
Yeah.
or right thing.
They did not do... Here's a story that I think is more touching than anything, because during COVID, while we were all stuck inside, New York did not really help out the folks that were trapped inside, especially like my uncle, who was also trapped inside and sick. And because of like how stuffed the hospitals were, they were just not helping. Like the system did not help. I feel as though that kind of shortened his life, because he passed away during that period, and it was definitely because he was very sick. And I was just wondering, it was like, why didn't he go to the hospital? The hospitals were packed. He couldn't even get in. So New York needs to fix themselves, because, you know, I kind of vowed never to go to New York because of that. Like, it could be so many other things. Like, I can't completely say it's New York's fault, but like, I feel some type of way about it. Let's just say that I feel some type of way about that. So, like, it is what it is.
New York
It
is a
sucks.
cesspool of corruption. Next, I believe gambling is terrible. It's genuinely terrible for all people of all ages, not
Absolutely.
just young people. Gambling addiction destroys lives, destroys families, and preys on the most vulnerable people in society.
Also on regular people. Fun fact, I may be on the other side of that. You know, I'm the most vulnerable about that because my personality sucks. And my personality is pretty bad when it comes to like you know, free to play games and gachas and all that other stuff. This is the reason why everybody at this point knows that I have a bad personality when it comes to free to play games. Everybody, you guys know, my friends know, everybody knows. I made a freaking 1.5 hour video just talking about how Diablo Immortal kind of shocked me out of it. But your hair is getting in my mouth. We need to give you a haircut. Don't look at me like that. No, you're going to get a haircut, young man. You're going to get a young hut. Yeah, I said a young hut. he's going to get a haircut. He's like only like a year and a half old. He's a puppy.
I also believe loot
You're a
boxes
puppy.
are terrible too. I'm not a fan of loot boxes.
Yeah, loot boxes.
And I've already done an extensive
That was a
video
whole other
here
ordeal.
detailing how video games use loot boxes to fast track the youth into gambling addiction. If you have
Gambling-like symptoms, I would say. Gambling addiction, yeah, I guess it would be the same thing if you look at it in the nuanced take, but what loot boxes and gacha really is not so much as, I mean, they are kind of, it would probably be considered gambling, but I would say this is more or less like irresponsibility. Stop licking my leg! Stop it! Stop it! Stop licking my leg. Stop it. Just lay your head down, okay? You don't have to lick my leg. Jeez.
haven't watched this video already, please watch it after this one. And that brings us to this legal case. New York State is suing Valve with claims
Video games created a gambling epidemic. I would say yeah. Especially those big trending games, those live service games. Stop licking my leg. I love you too, Poochie, but stop it.
of targeting children and teenagers with gambling. This, however, is disingenuous. New York does not care about saving kids.
No, they don't.
They care about getting a piece of the big money pie that Valve is making on loot boxes.
Yep.
This lawsuit is the tool they're using to just cut their slice.
Yep.
Now, I also want to say, I'm not a lawyer, and this is not legal advice. I'm just a fake wizard. Part 1. What is this lawsuit? The 52-page complaint was filed in Manhattan's New York Supreme Court.
I have that 52-page complaint, by the way. I should really read it. Not on stream, though, but, like, I'm going to read it just to point out all the fallacies in it, because I'm really good at it.
It targets Valve's loot box mechanics across 3 games specifically: Counter-Strike 2, Team Fortress 2, and Dota 2. Here's how these systems work if you're not familiar. In Counter-Strike, for example, there are weapon cases. They're essentially digital mystery boxes. You can earn them through gameplay or you can buy them. But to open them, you need a key. and keys cost $2.49 plus tax. So about $2.71 if you're in New York. You open the case, you get a random cosmetic item like a weapon skin. These skins do not affect gameplay, however. They're purely cosmetic, but they do have different rarity tiers, and the rarer ones have real monetary value on Steam's community marketplace and on third-party trading sites.
Yep.
We're talking
Yes,
some
they do.
items worth tens of thousands of dollars. There was a knife skin that sold for over $1 million in 2024, and in March of 25, the overall Counter-Strike skins market hit a valuation of $4.3 billion. Now, New York's argument is that this system meets the legal definition for gambling under state
going
law,
back in the bed.
for something to be gambling in New York, you need three things. Consideration, which means you paid something for like the key. Chance, meaning the outcome is random, in this case it is. And prize, meaning you receive something of value that can be converted to money.
Which technically means it is kind of gambling. It is. Because those skins actually are worth real life money. I'm gonna say, for being, just for devil's advocacy here, and just for having all the facts, what goes on with Counter-Strike and all that in its own way, it is kind of insidious, right? Because you got a bunch of kids playing the game, you got a bunch of kids trying to get that skin for their gun or their knife and all that other stuff, and it is real life money that can be traded for them, right? Because as you just saw, like, somebody spent $1 million for a skin for a knife. So it's like, there's a point to be had here, you know? Can't really rule out everything.
AG Letitia James is arguing that because these skins can be resold on the Steam marketplace, where Valve takes a 15% cut, by the way, or on third-party sites for actual cash, they qualify as prizes, and therefore the whole system is essentially an unregulated slot machine aimed at kids. Their site...
It's... okay. She needs to prove how it's aimed at kids. That's the one thing. Because this, I believe Counter-Strike is a rated M game, right? Am I wrong? Am I wrong about that? Am I wrong about that? Is Counter-Strike... Counter-Strike... What's the rating? I'm just doubly making sure. I just need to make sure that it is rated M. Probably Counter-Strike is a mature game. I'm just making sure. I'm just making sure. Rating. Counter-Strike rating. What is the rating? Can a 12-year-old play Counter-Strike? It is recommended for players 17 and older. Okay, just there we go. I had to make sure. I'm sorry.
State constitution, which bans unauthorized lobbies.
I had to make sure. I wanted to double check. I'm sorry, Yui. I just had to make sure.
Second degree, which is a misdemeanor, and first degree, which is a felony for high volume operations. They want injunctions. They want Valve to cough up the profits, and they want triple fines. AG James put out a statement saying, quote, Valve has made billions letting children illegally gamble. These features are addictive, harmful, and illegal. Okay? Let's address that. Section 2, why this case is weak. Multiple legal...
Well, okay. To be fair, CoffeeZilla did a whole entire video on this whole entire Counter-Strike loot box thing. And he said it was pretty insidious. Because a lot of those guys got in when they were like 12 and 14 years old. And they still probably do it today. Or they quit because they had a problem. So there is an insidious nature in this. It really is. But why she's suing them for the wrong reason, saying it's like kids getting into it. I believe the irresponsibility goes as far as like the guardians or the adults. Like, you can't just blame Valve for all of this. Parents should be paying attention to what their kids are playing. So if they're playing Counter-Strike, they should know that there's shit in there, right? But, you know, I mean, it's nuance and all that other stuff. It's just the fact that you have to look at who's letting these kids get in at the same time. Like, there are child lock features on Steam. There are, where you can curate what your kids are playing. I think the problem is adults or, you know, parents really don't have the time or don't really care. They think it's just video games. And that's where it's like very misleading. Like, they should really be invested in what their kids are doing.
Legal experts, not me, I'm a fake wizard, have already weighed in on this, and the consensus is not favorable for New York. The biggest problem with the state's argument is that players always receive something. You pay for a key, you open a case, you get a skin. You might not get a good skin, you might get a skin worth 3 cents, but you get something. That's fundamentally different from a slot machine where you can put money in and get literally nothing back. This distinction matters enormously in court. There's a long list of cases where similar arguments have already been tried and failed. In 2023, My versus Supercell was dismissed in Northern California. The court said virtual items aren't a, quote, thing of value because the terms of service prohibit cash transfers and secondary market resale doesn't create gambling. Taylor versus Apple, same year, same district, dismissed. Mason versus Machine Zone in 2017, no gambling found. Phillips versus Double Down in 2016, dismissed. The pattern here is now consistent. Legal analyst Jonathan Loiterman from the Foundation Law Group has said that because players always get an item, the quote-unquote bet analogy falls apart. Longtime friend of the channel and Dungeons & Dragons player Richard Hogue from Hogue Law compared loot boxes to Pokemon cards, which is actually a really useful comparison. When you buy a pack of Pokemon cards, you might get a rare holographic card worth hundreds of dollars, or you might get a bunch of commons worth almost nothing. The outcome is random, and there's a secondary market. Nobody is suing the Pokemon company for running an illegal casino out of a Target. And courts have consistently said they're not going to expand gambling laws without new legislation. Hogue went further and called this case, quote, weak and primarily political. And here's the thing, Valve has a built-in defense that most people overlook. You can earn loot box drops for free just by playing the game. If there's no payment, there's no consideration. If there's no consideration, there's no gambling. Not every case opening involves a purchased key. All of these examples poke holes in the legal case of New York State and what they're doing. Now let's pause everything, time out. Just because we can poke holes in the legal case of New York State, does this mean loot boxes are great and wonderful and good for our society? No, they're not. I think the mechanics are manipulative. The animated spins and near misses, the rarity tiers, this is all designed to get you to keep spending. I personally think Pokemon cards are gambling too. I am not sitting here saying this is all fine. It's not. What I am saying is that the legal foundation for this particular lawsuit is shaky. And if a guy with no legal experience, dressed as a fake wizard here, can do a little research that can ruin this case for New York, we have to ask the question. Why is New York really doing this?
Money. Probably for the fair taxes. That's probably not being summed up very well within the state due to the fact that people are probably leaving. Especially with a bunch of political jargon, a bunch of political shits going on. So, they're suing a company for $900 million. Probably due to the fact that it's $900 million. Yeah, it's money. I'm pretty sure it's money.
Section 3, New York's gambling empire. This is where it gets ugly, folks, and real. This is where it gets very ugly and very real. New York's constitution technically bans gambling, Article 1, Section 9, except for all the exceptions they've carved out over the last 60 years. Lotteries got authorized in 1966. Horse racing has been around forever. And then in 2013, they amended the Constitution to allow up to 7 casinos. From there, and since then, the floodgates have opened. 4 upstate commercial casinos were built and opened between 2016 and 2018. Video lottery terminals were expanded at racetracks. And then in 2021, the state authorized mobile sports betting, which launched in January 2022 with 9 different operators. Now let's follow the money. New York's overall gaming tax revenue went from $2.8 billion in fiscal year 2011 to 2012, all the way up to $4.8 billion by 2022-2023. That's a 69.5% increase. And think about it. New York State created more pipelines in the funnel to allow people to gamble. All those expansion points. That near 70% increase was from the state deliberately creating new ways for people to gamble. Why? So they could collect more taxes. Mobile
See what I was talking about? I said it was money. It's about the money.
sports betting alone generated $727 million in state taxes in fiscal year 2022 to 2023, which more than doubled what they originally projected. By 2025, it hit $1.32 billion, $26 billion in total bets placed. And the state takes 51% off the top from the operators. Again, this is the highest tax rate in the country, and they are not done yet. December 2025, again, 2 months before suing Valve, the state advanced 3 new downstate casino licenses, $500 million per license. They're also pushing online casino bills in 2026 with a proposed 30.5% tax rate. The state wants more gambling because it creates more revenue, therefore more access for more people to place more bets. So when Letitia James stands at a podium and says Valve is running an illegal gambling operation that harms children, that is not at all the full picture. The state she represents has spent the better part of a decade systematically expanding gambling.
Not just a decade. Not just a decade. This can go on if you think about how New York runs itself. This goes on more than a decade.
At every level, they have turned gambling into one of the most significant revenue streams in the state budget. And 95% of gambling revenue is earmarked for education. It's going towards helping the children, which sounds noble until you realize what it actually means. The state has made its education funding dependent on people gambling, which means they need people to keep gambling, which means they need gambling to expand, which means they will never, ever meaningfully restrict it. New York has soul-bound the education system to gambling taxes. You hear that?
That's crazy, right?
Gambling your kid's college fund pays for other kids to go to school. We live in a clown world. Section 4, the people they claim to protect. I don't think you can talk about gambling properly without talking about who gambling and gambling addiction actually harms. And because if New York actually cared about gambling addiction, the evidence of its impact is sitting right there in their own data. After mobile sports betting launched in 2022, calls to the state's Hope Line, which is New York's addiction hotline, increased by 26% in 1 year. And that's just New York. Nationally, gambling is also a serious problem, with helpline calls around the country increasing 150% between 2019 and 2023. Studies have shown that low-income households spend 4.5% or more of their income on gambling. Wealthier households spend around 1%. Gambling is regressive. It takes the most from the people who can afford it the least. Research also shows that early exposure to gambling quadruples the risk of developing a gambling addiction later in life. So when we talk about protecting kids, the question is, what is the state, or the country really, doing about the forms of gambling it actually controls? And we don't even have time in this video to talk about how loot boxes are specifically there to, what is that? Condition children into a digital economy. And later on, we found out loot boxes basically fast-track kids into gambling addicts. New York allocated $9.6 million to problem gambling services in fiscal year 2022 to 23. But that's $9.6 million against $4.8 billion in revenue. That's less than 1%. The mobile betting tax specifically funnels $6 million annually to addiction services. Again, That's 6 million out of 1.3 billion collected. What is this, a rounding error? Governor Hochul signed some ad warning mandates in October 2024, requiring gambling ads to include addiction disclaimers, similar to cigarettes. She banned targeting ads on college campuses, but is that really enough? Or does it do anything at all? When you approve 3 new casinos 2 months later, while simultaneously suing a video game company for loot boxes, I don't know, folks, the messaging gets a little confusing. There are researchers and advocates who have called for dedicating 3% of gambling revenue to addiction prevention and treatment. That would be roughly $144 million based on current revenues. The state spends less than a tenth of that as of right now, because spending more on fixing the problem would be an admission that the problem exists, and admitting the problem exists would make it harder to keep expanding the thing that causes the problem.
He's really redirecting like the causality of actual gambling to real life situations comparable to the video game outlet, for which, yes, there are plenty of games out there that does induce gambling nature within children and people alike, not just children. It's a problem. It is a problem that shouldn't be spreading, but it's a problem. They are working for their money.
This
That's
is
true.
not just a New York problem, this is a nationwide gambling epidemic. Section 5. So who is Letitia James? Letitia James was elected Attorney General of New York in 2018, and she has built her entire reputation on going after large, wealthy targets.
Pablo Immortal,
And sure,
of course.
some of those targets might have deserved it. I would never claim to know them all, nor could I claim that every lawsuit she's filed is frivolous. Of course, I couldn't prove that. But there is a pattern with her, and the pattern seems to be find a deep-pocketed defendant, file an aggressive lawsuit, generate headlines, and then settle for a large payout before it ever goes to trial.
Yeah, again, that's insidious in nature in terms of like using, as a politician, using that as a means to get a big company. And if Valve bent the knee to that, there would be a lot more lawsuits coming their way, because this is just New York. If like the United States decided, you can think of that going like 50 times. Like, instead of just $900 million, think of $50 billion, right? That would hurt. That would hurt.
Over 70% of her major cases have settled pre-trial. For instance, DoorDash settled for $16.75 million over misleading tips. Predatory lenders settled for $1 billion in canceled debts. The Trump organization was hit with a $354 million judgment. And these are billion-dollar targets. Valve's estimated valuation is over $10 billion. Steam has 132 million monthly active users. The Counter-Strike skin market alone is $4.3 billion bucks. From a pure shakedown perspective, this is like Wile E. Coyote seeing the Roadrunner. But yeah, there's a playbook here, and here's what it is. File aggressively, publicize the harms, invoke children, and wait for the defendant to calculate that settling is cheaper than fighting it. It doesn't matter if this case would survive a trial. What matters is if the pressure is enough to extract a big payout. And gamers online have been saying exactly this. People are calling it a money grab, a shakedown, a coordinated play to either extract settlement money or pressure Valve into operational concessions that benefit the state.
This is like
Valve
Crimson Desert.
hasn't responded publicly as of this recording, which tells you something. When you've got good lawyers and bad case law working against your opponent, sometimes the best strategy is silence. Section 6, the real hypocrisy. Let's combine again all of the facts about New York to put things really in perspective.
Jerry, what the
Just
heck?
for funsies here. New York State runs the lottery. The lottery is a gambling product. It is marketed aggressively across the entire state. Billboards, television ads, bodega point-of-sale displays, scratch-off tickets, all designed with bright colors and exciting themes to encourage impulse purchases. These are scientifically backed marketing tactics. The odds of winning a major lottery jackpot are astronomically worse than the odds of getting a rare knife skin in Counter-Strike. And you know what you get when you lose the lottery? Nothing. You get a piece of trash paper. At least with a loot box, to my chagrin, you get a digital item. New York authorized mobile sports betting. You can place a bet on your phone from your couch at 2 a.m. while your family is asleep. The convenience and privacy of mobile gambling is one of the primary drivers of addiction, according to the studies that New York's own agencies cite. They know this, and yet they launched it anyway. They collect 51 cents of every dollar the operators earn. And New York is actively building 3 new casinos. And then Letitia James files a lawsuit against a video game company, one that operates outside of New York, by the way, that the state collects no gambling tax revenue from, whose loot box system has been repeatedly found by courts to not constitute gambling. And she says she's doing this all to protect children. This is not about protecting children. If it were about protecting children, you'd be restricting the gambling operations you actually control. You'd be spending more than 1% of gambling revenue on addiction services. You'd be banning DraftKings ads during football games that kids watch. Heck, you might be banning DraftKings entirely because of the problems it's been creating for you. You'd be addressing the 26% spike in addiction hotline calls that your own mobile betting expansion caused, but you're not doing any of that because those gambling operations pay you. And Valve, at least right now, doesn't. And for years and years, governments, corporations, and decision makers around the world have viewed video games as childlike playthings for kids. They don't actually take gaming seriously. We keep seeing this in the media. So when an attorney general in New York finds out just how much money is tied up in these digital children's toys and is hidden inside a massive private company, I can't say I'm surprised that Valve is getting sued. Section 7. What happens next? Realistically, here's what's going to happen next. Valve either ignores this, fights it with the mountain of precedent on their side, or offers some minor concession to make the suit go away without setting any kind of legal precedent. They might geo-block loot box features in New York, which would affect maybe 8% of the user base, but they're not going to lose sleep over this. The lawsuit will generate headlines for James. It'll give her another talking point about protecting kids and consumers. Whether or not it goes anywhere legally is almost besides the point. The point was the announcement. This is 100% lawfare. If this case somehow succeeds, and legal experts don't think it actually will, it could theoretically halt loot boxes in New York and create pressure for similar actions in other states.
Just what I said. Just what I said. Figure that $900 million lawsuit or settlement that Letitia James wants from Valve and crank that up to 50. That's $50 billion over. If they have to go through that. Plus, she's suing more. Excuse me.
Countries like Belgium have already banned loot boxes, but the US legal landscape is very different and has lobbyists that don't want it to end. And without federal legislation, individual state lawsuits are going to keep running into the same precedent wall. I think in closing, I just want to restate again, I don't like loot boxes. I think they are gambling. I think the industry should do better. They won't, but they should. And I wish the governments would do better too, but God knows they won't. Every time a politician brings forward some legislation to dismantle or rein in the loot box infrastructure, the legislation propositions don't get very far at all because they're crap. And I also don't like being lied to. And when New York State tells me this lawsuit is about protecting people while simultaneously running one of the most aggressive gambling expansion programs in the country, I know I'm being lied to. And now, so do you too. Until next time, create, innovate, inspire others to do so as well, and for the love of God,
cancel Disney Plus. And for the love of God, cancel Disney Plus. Well, there you have it. There you have it. There you got it. You got it right there. There you have it. I like the fact that I actually got to go through that. We'll look at Dreadmiss a little bit later. I don't think the video is going to be short. Kira usually makes like longish videos when he's trying to explain something. Oh, it's only 13 minutes. Why not? Yeah, let's take a look at this.
What up, friendos? Welcome back. Bit of deja vu here for you. A month ago, I made a video talking about Dreadmist, one-man indie MMO, how I'd played it. It was a pretty cool game.
It was a pretty good time.
It's just been removed from Steam because they stole somebody's assets. They used another company's stuff in the game without permission, which you're obviously not allowed to do.
Yep.
They DMCA'd through Steam, and the game got removed, and they're working on getting it back up. But there was always something real weird about this game, and that's really been compounded here, because it's now been delisted from Steam again, but this time because the developers just decided, I don't want to develop it anymore. See ya. It's done. See you guys. And it's also a little bit of deja vu because it feels like in the last few months we've had to talk about another MMO dying at least like once every couple of weeks. I mean, Core Punk might be dead, and that was 2 days ago. Ashes of Creation was a month ago. You know, New World wasn't that long ago, and I'm sure I'm missing some here. But obviously Dreadmist, it was a very niche game, but a lot of people were really enjoying this when it first released. That changed because there was, at most, if you were going to super min-max, like a couple 100 hours of game here. And obviously a lot of niche MMO players play these things very hardcore. So they're going to basically get what the game's got in there within a couple of weeks, and then they're going to move on because there's nothing else to do.
Right.
So despite reaching like 8,000 concurrent players, which for an indie game developed by one guy, by the way, he's incredibly impressive, and we're not going to take anything away from that fact, even if, you know, there were some sound files or whatever that were allegedly stolen. But this was an impressive feat. Obviously, it was going to burn pretty quickly because you're not going to be able to keep up with content to keep people happy, so people will quit in. But there's always been something real weird about this game because it's completely free to play. There's there is literally no way to make money in the game, and the reason given was basically like, oh, I'm wealthy, I have a good job, I don't need to make money from the game. So it spawned a bunch of conspiracy theories that he was actually generating gold and items in the game and selling them, and he was the RMT, which I've seen no evidence of, but this is what people were saying. People were saying originally there was like going to be crypto in it. Again, no evidence of this. Oh, he's going to sell everyone's data. No evidence of this. But it does feel weird in the world that we live in to put, you know, a lot of time into making an MMO, it be successful, you continue updating the MMO even through a legal complaint, which this guy seems to have a lot of legal complaints because he previously created WoW private servers and allegedly was served a cease and desist for that from Blizzard. Some people say this didn't happen.
True that.
There's also like a weird component to this where he apparently got a cease and desist, pulled the server down, then put the server back up and allowed other people to play it, and then continued.
That was always the weird part, wasn't it? wasn't that always like the weird thing about it? The fact that Dreadmist was free to play was always kind of weird, but like the game was fun. Like, and he said it was like it's supposed to be like a project or a passion project of some sort. But the game was fun.
Making servers afterwards, which is like none of this situation makes sense. Nothing about any of this makes sense. But obviously, he continued developing this game while it was popular, and then once it's got unpopular, he's just been like, yeah, actually, I need to focus on my career now, guys. Bye. And to be fair, if I was going to do something totally for free, and people were making videos about the game stealing assets, which did literally happen, by the way, so you can't even...
He's like, I'm done, guys. See ya. Just left.
Really be mad about it, or talking about his past, or speculating about why the game's free because it's weird, or people complaining that there's not enough content in this game that they didn't pay for, demanding more out of him when obviously he's doing the best that he can. I'd probably also just stop developing the game if it was to get to the point where, you know, there's not 8,000 concurrent players on all day, every day. But this is why it doesn't make a ton of sense, because if you were doing it as a passion project and you weren't making any money, why would you care if there's no players? Why would you end it now? Because the peak of the controversy is already gone, right? The only people left playing the game, presumably, if you're doing this for the love of the game, the passion, the most passionate players are still playing, and they're like your true fans. So nothing about any of this situation makes sense. But I'll read you the Steam announcement because it's pretty short and to the point. It literally just says, I've decided to step away from development. If you already have the game in your library, nothing changes for you, but the game will be removed from the Steam store. Thank you for everyone who supported this project. And this guy, as I've just described, has a history of abandoning his projects, like he did with the WoW server repeatedly.
Yeah.
And of course, we have G, who saw that coming. Sell a microtransaction at least before you go. People will donate to you in appreciation of the least. Before the game was live, the dev had gold selling websites with millions of gold already to be sold. If you Google Dreadmist, Everyone had already beat this dead horse. YouTube, I swear to God, this is not a plant, by the way. I've literally just seen this as I'm recording this video. YouTuber Kira accurately called this out and said that when he developed a WoW private server, he rug pulled the users there also. I don't think those were the words that I used. Maybe I did. I didn't call out the gold. I said people were speculating about the gold thing. I don't want it misattributed to me that I had like any knowledge about him having a gold selling website with millions of gold ready. That's news to me. But I did call out that there was something weird about this game and that it wasn't going to have a ton of content because, you know, that's just common sense. And that the dev had a history that made it so that I wouldn't put time into the game because I just don't trust it. I think there's two ways you can look at something like this. One is it's free, who cares, right? And if you enjoy it, you enjoy it. What does it matter? Which is how a lot of people were treating this game. And the other one is MMOs are supposed to be like long form. Like there's no reason for me. If I was told, oh, there's a potential that old school RuneScape shuts down in a few months due to the fact that there's no monetization and it's just a random guy who has a bunch of shady history or rumors about his past, I wouldn't play the game. Because why would I put a bunch of hours into something that as a genre is something you're supposed to come back to, you know, month after month, year after year when new content releases and have like a history built up over a long period of time with your account. That's what MMOs are to me. It's why I don't play alphas. It's why I don't play when I know there's wipes upcoming. It's why I don't play seasonal servers on MMOs. It's why I don't play private servers. It's why I don't play games that have super low populations. It's because I like to know that if I'm going to put a bunch of time into something in this genre, how I've treated this genre since the 90s.
I think overall we understand what's going on with Dreadmiss. Since we're running short on time, I'm going to cut this one short. Sorry, Kira. Sorry about that. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, and then I want to see if we can go over some of the... Well, Yui is actually in there. Okay. See if we can go over some of these indie games, just to give you like a sneak... Just to give you a sneak peek. These are all the games that we could choose from. Don't pay attention to this, or... Well, we could take a look at that, but don't really pay attention to that. Don't pay attention to the indie games, but pay attention to this. See which games I'm going to be playing. I think first, I do want to show you my progress and Beyond the Map, and then we're going to be playing a new game called The Rangers in the South. Then I want to touch up on Double Dungeons. And I do want to touch up on Mio. So that's what's really happening there. So I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. Don't go away. Be right back. Okay. Let me see how he's doing. Hello, sir.
Hey there.
You're playing Blue Protocol? Let me see. Is that what's going on here?
Yep, just helping the guild out with some runs.
Yep, I see. I see. You know what? Here, let me check something here. Let me check something here, because I really need to know. I need to know what's going on with that game. Let me see. The only unsponsored... That's funny. Let me see. That was 4 months ago. Let me see. Dungeon. Ooh, I said dungeon, you stupid. Okay, so all dungeons.
In today's quick guide, we're going to cover the major
Today, quick guy. Okay. Wow. Okay. I mean, they don't all look simplistic in nature. Eh, these bosses don't look all that simplistic.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, no. I'm not in love with it, though. I can see why people play it, though. It does feed into that kind of nature. But no.
What is?
Huh?
What is?
Blue Protocol? I'm just looking at gameplay. I'm looking at gameplay at a guide, some of the bosses, some of the dungeons. But as far as I could oh well, no, that's that. That's...
Oh, I probably should have put my stream up instead.
Well, I could just go to yours. It doesn't even matter.
We can put it up quick. Wait.
You're streaming right now,
that
right?
because-
You're streaming right now, though, right?
Just on Discord.
Okay, let me just. Oh, were you not help? Oh yeah, there's your party right there, right?
Yeah.
What are you, the healer?
Yep.
Is the monster fighting back? Kinda.
Oh, he is.
Oh, I see.
I think. There we go.
Well, that I'm not liking that. The shifting of the screen when you're doing, like, I guess that would be considered like a big attack or something like that. I don't like that. Kind of takes away.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of takes away from the gameplay a little bit for me. Oh, and I'm not really liking the UI too much. It is very mobile. Well, this is a mobile game, isn't it?
It is mobile compatible, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not liking that either.
Looking crit. I don't really care about it. Well, that's their clear for that.
Oh, well, I mean, have fun, I guess.
Yeah, the boss has a few more mechanics, but I kind of put the stream a bit too late for that. Because you know those AoE mechanics that give you a Vuln stack?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Napo had that one.
Mm.
So if you get hit by it twice, you're dead. And it's a
Mm.
big AoE too, so you gotta get away.
All right. Beyond the map.
And there was one more mechanic he did midway. And he transforms you into something. And depending on what it is, you have to either be next to something else or just be completely clear.
I see. I see.
So there are mechanics in this dungeon, and I kind of wish that 14 had something similar.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But even I'm just like 14's dungeon is going to need like a complete change of their, what's the word I'm looking for?
Pace.
Not pace, no. They need a complete change of their overall attitude of how to make a dungeon, or what makes a dungeon. Because in all actuality, the way they make dungeons now is kind of like one of the reasons why people have the statements that they do now. Like, plenty of people who just want to play the story do not really care about the dungeons, and people who are more exploratory and really likes to get into the gameplay complains about the dungeons. So, and they complain that the dungeons are kind of rudimentary. In fact, not kind of, but is rudimentary.
I mean, you got to make them for one or the other. You can't have them both.
You can make a dungeon for exploratory and like fun ways of going out. Like, you want to acclimate your player base into getting used to that kind of stuff. But no, instead they went backwards, because back in the day, ARR had like dungeons with different paths and like different, like,
They had a few, but not that they really, you know.
it's not a few. It's not a few. It was a lot. It was a lot. Like, I can bring up Ormvale all day, but like the latest dungeon that they got rid of, really, like Total Rock or Desmond Darkhold, where, remember, the boss was literally going through the dungeon, and you had to find the right spot to not get hurt from it, right?
Only the first part, yeah.
Well, that was the first part, which was
There were a
fun.
lot of dead ends too.
Right, but a lot of there was a key door for which you can get extra loot from, which the loot didn't matter in the first place anyway. But during that time, during ARR, it did matter.
It matter a little bit, yeah.
During ARR, it did matter. But the thing about
Now,
that,
not as the dungeon does.
well, I mean, nowadays, loot for like dungeons and expert, right? They matter to get your character caught up. But nowadays, you're just, yeah, because it's 755 eye level right now, and 755 would be like at the very least amount of what you can do for current content. But
I don't know. Over the course of from level 90 to 100, I have not equipped a single piece of green gear. Ever.
have you not?
Nope.
Because from 90
The only
to
time maybe was the Vanguard gear, but that's about it. It got easily replaced.
so this is what I'm gonna say. That's a bit of nuance, because there are people who do not go out of their way to get like the latest or the highest eye level gear during the last expansion. Sometimes they, and there's a lot of people just rely on dungeon items and dungeon gear. So it's a nuance kind of thing, because you may have not, I didn't, but
Well,
a lot of people do.
I know, but even with the classes that I barely play and they're not really caught up on gear, even then I'm not really doing it.
That still doesn't matter in your case.
Maybe somewhere midway I will get some pieces. Yeah, sure, but
Yeah, again, this is it's nuance, because for you it may not be the case, but for people who are returning back into the game and just doing the story, it does matter. See, that's the case right there. They need dungeon gear, and it happens a lot, especially in our server or in our data center where there was a lot of newer people coming in. People did use the loot drops and the armor that was dropping in the dungeons. Fortunately, unfortunately, that's how it was. Yeah, I mean, I'm saying that's more or less like them also kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for? They're looking out for those kinds of people, at least. They're looking out for people who just play Final Fantasy for the story. And that's why they have those dungeon loots and gear. But on the subject of what the dungeons were like in ARR, they were more nuanced in a way. Not just having separate paths, but some of those dungeons, if not a good bit of those dungeons, had like something extra for you to do while you were in there. Like Hawkeye Manor, people miss this a lot in Hawkeye Manor. There were different routes to get extra loot or get extra stuff if you went out of your way for it. And that stuff, that extra loot, was like purple or green gear, which had like extra stats on it. But that was only in a Realm Reborn, right? If you remember that. And not just that. Yeah.
It's also funny when it comes to Hawk Manor, because we liked that back in the day, but a lot of people in WoW, they have their own equivalent to Hawk Manor, and they're like, oh, not this shit again.
I don't know. What would that be? Is it that dungeon that I...
What it's called.
Was I playing that dungeon while I was doing Battle for Azeroth content? Was it that one dungeon in the Haunted Manor? Or are we talking about something else?
One of the bosses is 3 witches you have to rotate around.
I don't think I did that. I don't think the dungeon that I did was that. There's barely any reason to use dungeon gear even for something. Yeah. Because story gives you gear, crafted gear. The story will give you a limited amount of gear, but they won't. Well, the story will give you some gear. In fact, it does drop as like the little loot packs now, like armored gear. Sometimes it'll drop that at certain eye levels. But for the dungeons, there are dungeon gear that newer players who are just doing the story, they will go through and do it.
Yeah, but when Ethereal gear was a thing.
Yeah. The quest gives full sets. Not all quests. Here's the thing. Side quest gives you gear. Some of the main quests gives you gear, but not all the main quests gives you gear. At least that was my experience every time I played a main scenario. Like, people will go through main scenario and won't do quests. They won't do side quests. They'll just go through the main scenario.
The majority of them from that.
You get it from, you get a majority of them, but you won't get like all the accessories. There's zero reason for dungeon gear now, even for the first timers. I'm more inclined to kind of like agree, because they really do kind of spoil it a bit. They give you crafted gear on some occasions, but some of the crafted gear aren't up to par with some of the dungeon gear, so they're kind of flip-flopping between both. Because you got to remember, crafted gear only goes up by like certain numbers, right? It's odd. I think it's either the dungeon gear or the crafted gear that goes up even. Like the crafted gear that you can make goes up by 2s, and dungeon gear goes up by like 3, or like 1, 3, something like that. Crafted gear crafted gear lasts you 1 less dungeon than tome gear in dungeons. And quests, last I checked, gives high quality gear. And yeah, the quest does give you high quality gear. So yeah, when you open the packs, for sure. I think it goes up to a point though, because I do know Vanguard is when people start using the dungeon gear. At the very least, Vanguard for Dawn Trail. Because that's when everybody was like, after Vanguard, people just started using it.
And usually only because it really looked good.
It looked good, yeah, no, definitely. I think it was mostly for the fashion too. Like 3 eye level difference. But I think we also need to recognize that either other way, if you played the game that they really wanted you to, you wouldn't be trading out any kind of gear until Vanguard in Dawn Trail, because you would already have the best gear from the last expansion. Like, you would already have it. At the very least, best gear or the best set of gear until you need to reach Vanguard, and then you change out your gear, or even after that. Sometimes people don't even change it until they reach endgame. Honestly, that's an issue. Because then it just deprives the importance of changing your gear. Dungeon gear, catch up, or nowadays it's just catch up or cosmetics, since there's barely any reason to use it outside. Yeah, basically what I said. Since I believe only newer people or people coming back uses dungeon gear in the first place. Anybody who's like, you know, me, Yui, or yourself, do not use dungeon gear for the most part. We just kind of don't need it. But, and that's one of the issues that I have with 14. Let's just be honest. Like, it's not just like dungeons and how the dungeons feel right now. Like, it's, I don't know if you guys feel it, but the dungeons are rudimentary. They are straightforward hallways.
Boring.
They're hallways. Boring is one thing. That's because I will always love the four bosses, the second boss of the one dungeon.
That one was good, yeah.
And that's
Toddy is like,
oh yeah, Toddy doesn't like that. But I like it because it's like,
he's getting better at it though.
I like it because it's like, it's an actual challenge, you know? Like it's
Yep.
It's the game actually saying, hey, you have your own boss, take care of it, and it's like, yeah. By the way, I'm back to playing the ARPG survival game. And I have gotten a little further.
I have to realize this season that I have a rest.
Spin to win. Spin to win.
Ow.
Yeah, gear barely means anything for the long run in 14 until you're at endgame, where it is used to slightly make you more powerful to get you up there for no reason. Like, if you don't do Savage, you have really no reason to get your gear score up.
Not a lot of reason though.
Because, like, then what are you doing
Go
it
for
for?
raids.
Really?
Oh, he's going for the heal now, isn't he? Yep.
Yeah, that's right. That's what that that always seems to happen. I hate when they do that, man.
Break all the eggs. Okay.
Elementals in this game are slightly too powerful. I believe that's 10. I don't even intentionally get to aggro them. Yeah, they need to do... I think they have to do better for the importance of gear. And they haven't... They're still in the philosophy, and respects to them for this, but, like, they still have this philosophy of, like, we want players to feel as though that they can play the game whenever they want and not have to play this game due to, like... Oh, for fuck's sake! You kidding with this? And I know they're going to keep coming after me for a while. Oh yeah,
That's a whip.
oh yeah. Yep. See, thought that might happen. That was a 2-star monster. There's a lot of things on that island that's just going to kill me. I'm going to have to figure a way to get past all that. Anyway. Well, you gotta ask yourself, what is the core of the game in the first place? The core of the game is the story, and they bank everything a lot on the story. But there are people who just want to play the game, right? But they're emphasizing, oh, just play the game for the story. And it's like, no, can we play the game for just more than the story? Is there like any other challenges that we can do? A lot of the time the answer is no.
Yeah, the story is only gonna get you engaged for, you know, a little while, but
Yeah. And then
if you're story focused, then you're gonna be really quick to.
what? I didn't even attract
get
him. What
bored
the
of it.
fuck?
Okay.
He keeps putting fear on me. He keeps putting fear on me. Ugh. Oh my god. Good thing I have lifesteal. You guys could probably guess what build I'm trying to put my character through. With a big greatsword and everything like that.
That reminds me, I should prepare. I should prepare for PoE.
PoE coming out with an update.
New league this Friday. Yep.
What's the feature?
Mirage, I think.
Mirage? Is that the new class? Or
No,
ow.
it's the league name.
Ah ha ha ha. Okay, gotcha. Oh, this is freaking 2-star. What the? Oh my lord.
And apparently, Scion is actually getting a new ascendancy.
Okay. I saw legendary. Ooh. Attack speed goes down, health on hit, and basic attack goes down. But I get crit whirlwind damage and crits freeze. Okay, fine enough. Let's do that. PoE. Oh, PoE 1 is getting a new season. PoE 2 won't get any updates for a while still, since they do it every 4 months. At least they're doing updates for PoE 1. I guess I should be looking for iron. Oh, this is 22 to 28. I should be going up here.
I still gotta try Druid on PoE 2. Damn it.
Oh, it's fun. It's fun time. I can say that for sure. So I was doing like a wyvern build, and it was a good time. It was a good time.
Obviously, for me, it's gonna be a bear build.
It's actually, I think wolf is the best build, if I remember correctly.
I don't care.
I'm just telling you. But bear has, I think bear is like a tank. So you're probably not even going to feel anything. Or health.
It's PoE. You're always going to feel something.
Unless you're that good.
Nope, not even then.
Well, until in-game. In-game's going to kick people's ass. Green. Hold on, I need to think about this.
One shot.
Red, green, white. Red, green, green, white. Okay, let's do this. So I need one red. I need green, green, and diamond. There we go. But you guys could probably tell from looking at this, I've been spending too much time in this game. It is absolutely like what everybody's been saying. This game is basically Valheim. Basically, it's Valheim. What was that recipe? Hold on. Let me take these out. These aren't supposed to be in there. Where is it? It was stewed bear meat, carrots, white mushrooms, salt. I don't have carrots. There we go. I'm afraid to know, but I have to ask you, Yui, what got you into Blue Protocol?
Didn't I say that before?
I think I asked you why you kept playing, which you said it was your guild.
I mean, it was on my radar for a good amount of years.
So it was just a matter of you looking forward to it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
But kind of forgot all about it, and then it got mentioned, and I was, well, let's give it a shot anyway. It was on my radar before.
Right. Because I know for sure, well, I know you know better not to play any games that are basically just live service slop.
Oh, yeah.
Now, whether or not
If you're worried about me spending a lot on the game, don't.
Oh no, it's not about spending a lot on the game. I know people are not trying to spend money in these games, but it's like the amount of time you spend on the game. Like like I'm not gonna tell you what for. You can spend as much time on anything you want. Hell, you can go out and you could be playing another gacha, or you could probably go gambling. I don't care, but I don't know if you're I don't even know if like on your side gambling is legal.
It's a really weird case.
So it's not that it's not allowed.
Let's just say we have at least 4 lottery companies over here in this country alone.
We have quite a few.
And then they want to freaking put strict rules over here when it comes to loot boxes and whatnot. Because you saw the video that from what, an hour ago.
Yeah.
Now, why am I forgetting his name?
What? Real Life Ink Wizard?
No, before that,
Um.
the one that I put up.
You mean Kira or? Who else? I'm forgetting too.
Nerd Slayer.
Yeah, there you go, Nerd Slayer. Right.
Because he was also mentioning that there were loot box rules over in Belgium
Yeah.
and in my country as well. Yeah, my comment on that was that, yeah, we have that, but it's inconsistent as fuck.
Okay. There's like no real strict like gambling or. I mean, there has to be a loot box law over there because the loot box law over here in the United States is supposed to be emulated from over there. That's the thing about it.
Yeah, but it feels like the rules over here are only being applied and enforced when they feel like it. Because over here the country tries to, bans games like PSO2 or has heavy restrictions when it comes to Rocket League and whatnot. But then they just completely let games like all the Hoyoverse games slide?
Ah.
Like, why? Like, if you're gonna go for consistency, at least show it. And then at the same time, we have 3 to 4 freaking lottery organizations over here that are being advertised to hell. I'm sorry, but I'm not buying the bullshit here. So it's almost like it feels like it feels like New York on that regard.
Gosh. Well,
when I was saying that they love to put gambling in there as well just to fill their own pockets.
yeah.
I don't know if it's true over here because a lot of these a lot of the lottery organizations up here claim they're running for charities, and they probably do to some extent. But the amount of the amount of advertising that I see them do on the TV, on the radio, on the mail, I should know because I deliver that shit almost every week. Every week I see those lotteries pop up. Like, dude, really? Like, I'm sorry, but if I see all that, I feel like something's up.
I don't know if it's complicated or different, but like it has to be. I want to think it's probably like per country, per state law.
Well, we don't exactly have states over here.
Yeah, so it's probably per country.
But it's again, when it's down to the whole loot box games and whatnot.
Yeah.
There is some severe inconsistencies.
Whoa!
I think the loot box rule over here was they have to show you you have to show the players the odds of obtaining each item.
Yeah.
Which is what PSO does, by the way, and they still ban it. So it really makes me want to go to whoever's in charge and just ask them, like, what are you thinking with this?
I don't think they understand the nuance of some of these games. That's what I think. I think they don't understand like how certain games work, and they're just being very they're being open-handed about it. Like, what politician is really going to understand like certain things in terms of like loot boxes when all they really think about is like, oh, is it gambling? Like they won't know. Let's be honest. They won't know.
No, otherwise EA would be way out of a job.
Right.
No, otherwise, yeah, they would otherwise go after EA. They would go after all the gotcha games. They would go. I mean, at this point, if that was the case, Hoyoverse would not have even had a foothold over here.
Right.
But they do.
Yeah. It's just a matter of like.
In the same case, you know, you would not be building casinos left, right, and center. I mean, I'm seeing the bullshit there.
It's just a matter of like, what does that country consider gambling or loot boxes, or what they see as a matter of like, is this a loot box? Could you consider this a loot box, or could you consider this gambling? Some places loot boxes are not allowed if there are any real money options to purchase them. Well, that's kind of like the thing that we had. Isn't that like the same thing that we have with Valve right now? Like, a third party exchanges money for skins, right? And in the market of Steam, you can also exchange certain currencies. I think you can exchange currencies with the skins there too. Their whole thing about
there are trading cards over there that you can sell for money.
Say again?
There are those trading cards, you know, that you can get as a drop by just simply playing a game.
Right.
You can sell that for money.
Right. Yeah, you can. I'd say though, Valve has probably like a better argument because like third party just should not count for them. Let's just say that.
It never should, otherwise everyone would be in trouble.
Right. So third party shouldn't count for them. What I think Valve may have like in terms like maybe a case on them is the fact that it induces gambling, like it induces like a gambling personality, or it induces that kind of like addiction, because that's how it works. So if they were laying it down on that, then there might be an argument, but they're talking about like, oh, it's because kids, right? And that's not entirely Valve's fault when they put a rating, and they have a system, a child lock system on their own in Steam. Plus, it also, like almost every other time, and I get hit by this all the time, it's like, hey, are you 18, or like you need to put in your age? And I'm like, yeah, okay, well, I'll put in my age.
Pretty much.
So part of that is because like parents are either ignorant or they're just not trying.
I get the feeling they're just not trying.
I mean, that could be the case.
I'm looking at YouTubers who do have kids, and they do actually, you know, put in some effort. I mean, I'm looking at Smash JT and his kids, and he teaches them well. So there's that. It
takes kind of a gamer to really do what's right when it comes to video games, but most people are not Smash JT. Unfortunately, right? Like most people are not Smash JT or PewDiePie or like anybody who we know are gamers and parents at the same time. Most people are just regular people living out their regular lives, and they just don't know that, or they can't really seem to care about it. They just want Valve to find out to solve it for them. Which, I mean,
which is kind of why the government is trying to take their place.
They don't like. I will say this. It's not that like a company shouldn't be involved in like, you know, certain like I want to say certain things. What's the word I'm looking for? Valve should be somewhat involved in certain cases where it's like, hey, I need a core wood. Damn it. They should be involved in certain cases where it's like, hey, if kids have like access to this, what are you trying to do to deter them from getting even further? And they have. It's like, well, yeah, they have child lock systems, or they have like like a parent system where parents can control what these kids see on Steam. They have that ability. They put that in there. And then the next question is Steam or is Valve doing their best to make sure that parents know that exists? And people can argue that no, they're not really doing that. They can argue that.
I mean, to be fair, what can they do?
There's only so much that Steam
Not a whole
can.
lot.
Yeah, there's so much that Steam can do. It's not like they can go up into your house and just like say, "Don't do this, child." No, they can't do that.
Yeah, because by comparison, you know how streamers are usually being held responsible for what the chat does. It's the same shit.
Right.
You can't hold them liable for that because there's just way too many people depending on their traction.
Right.
And knowing Steam, yeah, they have billions of people more than likely playing their stuff. So how the hell are they going to be controlling that?
I mean, that's the case. They really can't control everything. So there has to be some. There has to be some control. There has to be some responsibility on the parents. Like, the parents just can't, like, ignore their kid while they're playing a video game. They can't just say, oh, we're just going to leave it to Valve for, to have them take care of everything. No, the parent has to also take the initiative. And that's kind of the problem. Parents don't really want to. It's like either they don't want to or they just don't, like, they don't have the care to do so. So it's like either one or the other.
Both.
It could be. Like, some parents are actually ignorant of this. Like, they just don't know. It's like, hey, what are my kids getting into? How did I let my kids do that? And it's like, after they're aware of it, then they start being proactive. Some parents just don't care. Some parents do care and they just don't know. Like,
Yeah, but then again, how many kids do you see walking around with a phone? Being glued to it, no less.
I mean, it's like all kids, right?
Bingo.
All kids are glued to their phones, you know?
There's your problem.
I think part of it, though, like, kids are absolutely glued to their phones. But, like, the parents should also be aware. Because nowadays, parents are also glued to their phone. Let's face that fact, too.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing parents with their freaking kids' trolleys over there just glued on their phone still. I see people walk their dog with their eyes glued to the phone.
Right. They have the parental option in Steam. People just don't use it. People don't know about it.
They don't know or they don't bother with it.
I think they really don't know about it because it's not like Steam is saying, "Hey, parents, look, parental option here." And when they do, it's on like a video or like a YouTube video or something like that. And it's not like really upfront to parents. Like what they should do is if they have to open up a Steam account for their kid, you know what? I think they do. I think they do have like parental options because once you put in the date or the birthday of the kid, it's going to be like parental options. So it might be a case of them saying like, "Oh yeah, they're kids. They don't need all that."
Yeah, well, they tend to forget kids can be really crafty when it comes to getting around stuff.
What are you talking about? Every child for every parent, their children are angels. You have like my aunts always do that too. Like, "Oh, my kids are angels." I'm like, "Oh, really?" You don't know my cousin then, even though you're the parent. Exactly.
You serious?
Exactly. Exactly. Wait, does this actually drag him? Oh, it does! Oh my god! Actually drags him away, that's funny. Okay, I think I've made some progress here. I'll take care of things later. Oh, wow. Okay. I got some mushrooms here. Oh. Oh yeah, I got that too. Stacks up to 200. Okay.
See, that's the thing about my parents. At least they kind of knew that they knew they had to at least keep an eye on me every once in a while to see what I was really doing. And then after I got to about what age of 14 or something, I was still crafty, yeah, but at least I knew, where the moderation was at.
I got mellowed out a little bit as I got older. I was a very active child. Wasn't always like that, so odds are a lot of counts are from before that. That could be true too. Easy to say your kids are angels if you're only seeing how they are at home. That's also very true. Because kids can act a certain way in front of their parents, but then when they're at school, they act a totally different way. They act like they act like something else.
You think them being kids before they should know?
You'd think so.
It's like you've been that way before as well. You think your kids are not going to be taking after you on that regard?
You would want them to. But it's Where's this go? Oh, I'm gonna need fire. Where's this go? Okay. Can I go back here? Is it possible? Completed. Okay, so I can't go back. You were one of those kids? You were a bad kid? Oh man.
Oh boy.
How dare. How dare.
Cherry, hear that?
I got myself in trouble too. Not gonna lie.
I think everyone did at some point.
Summon a wolf. Build a... Oh, okay. And now I'm out of money. Think, who's gonna benefit most out of all this? She still doesn't have the imp, right? She has the imp now, so she doesn't need this. And now I can go in there, but hope and fire is their weakness. Let's boom, boom. Oh. Oh my goodness, they're all around. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. How? Oh my goodness, what do I do? How am I supposed to keep this kid safe? I'm surrounded. Like, why did they put me in this situation? What the f... They put me in the worst situation. Okay, you know what? Okay. Alright. Who's going? Where's he? Where's he? Where's he? Okay. This is what I think I can do. What about him? Where's he? Okay. Who's this guy? Okay, so he's down there. Oh my god. Oh goodness. Okay. Let's buff my ass. And condition. Okay. What does... Okay. Okay. So I can use... And we could see if we can do 6. Oh, it was just 4 again. You know what? I am going to... Do I still have the needle? I do. I can hit him for 2. I'm pretty sure all of them are gonna come after me now. Haha. So... in the mission with villager at full HP. That's gonna be stupid. Oh, there's a chest over there! We need the average. Oh, well. Since they're not gonna go after me, I can go after them. I need one of these 3s. to be a... There we go. What the hell? We need one of these threes to be a 5. And I think he's gonna go this way instead of that way. So I think they're all burnt now. Yeah. Hmm. Nice. Ooh, nice. It shoots far. Oh, imp. Come on, imp. Hmm. Jerry, I don't want to die, by the way. I don't want the kid to die. This man gets to shoot 3 guys? Oh, he's trying to go after me. That's right. I did smart thing over there. Throw a rock, kid. Oh my goodness. Game just cheated me out on that one. Ooh, I need an odd die.
Really?
Takes 8. Okay. Let's do this. Oh, I need to apply that on them? Okay. Nice. Let me just apply some damage. Who's next after me? Here we go. What's up, puppers? What's up? You go bathroom? Again? There's no way. What up? What up? What up? What's up? Oh, you hot. That's why. Okay. He was hot. Well, my little buddy was hot. He was hot and bothered.
That's something.
Well, he needs a haircut. Dog needs it. Wow, okay. What is this? Next 3 attacks against the target deals no damage. That is significant. What the heck? Oh, she's fireproof, so that doesn't work. And
Here's a core. Okay, good.
what was it that we got? Oh, healing potion. He gains a shield already. You know what? That might actually work on him. Ring of Void.
Let's see here.
Boop, ba-doop, 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 boop. Where the heck are we? Okay.
Holy sh! Where are we?
What the fuck was that, bro?
Good old Qued.
You know what? They don't do too much to me, so I'm just gonna leave them in that thorns over there. And
Yeah, I should probably do some fishing. Ah, boy.
10, 3. You know what? Let's move here so I can actually finish. Do I need that to finish him off? No, I don't. And shrink this. Oh, okay, they got an igloo. That's why this is it. They got igloos. I gotta destroy the igloos. Ooh. A fire charm? Not bad. Mm. Safest route is over here. Whoa! Hmm. Nope, that's not gonna work. Can I do it from here? I'm only doing 2 damage. I'm just gonna post up next to her. I really hit him? No. Oh, you're aiming for my cannon? Oh, okay. Oh, and he's dead. let's turn this one into something else. 5, there we go. I think I'll use one. And then I'll go back one. No. Nice. Oh, he's gonna lose, or he's gonna die. I forgot. see if I can take him out. Oh. Oh, I miscalculated here. Oh yeah, I locked myself inside.
Whoops.
Oh, this is hilarious. Oh wait, they can come the other way now. He's stuck in there, so I don't think he can move. Duh! Duh! That's funny. Yeah, now they can come through the other side. That's fun. Let me see if I could change this into something else. 5. What about this? What does that do? Oh, it's only near me. Okay, I guess I have no choice. Which one? Oh, the druid heals. Let's kill the druid. The druid does not want to die. Okay, I see. Nope. Three. I need like full 5, maybe. Here's hoping. Nope. Ooh. Oh, he's out of range. Okay. He needs a buff. Oh, okay, he just blows up. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, he gets burned if I do that. Oh. There we go. Oh, I get another whetstone. And I got a fire charm. How about that, Cherry? I survived. Nobody died. Not even my cannon. Wait. Oh, there she is. The member that I've been looking for a while.
Something tells me Cherry's not going to be all too happy about it.
She'll be fine. She won't do things, right? She won't do things. She'll be fine. Sure. Yeah. She'll be fine. Input. Well, it requires the same value. Okay, yeah, that's much better. And increase output. You know what? Where's the heal mechanical devices ability? You know what? No, he's gonna get his wolf. Let's go. He's gonna get his wolf. And I was gonna give him the summoned wolf or the summoned imp, but sewing needle is so good. Increase healing. Increase all healing received by 2. And then there's those two have been really helping. He has a summon now, so I could do that. And I do 2 void damage. Where's the increase all fire damage dealt by 2? That's so good on her. I think that would be equivalent if I just put 2 whetstones on him until I figure out what I want to do. So he does 2 damage anyway. He just got his AoE. Protect the clock tower. I believe she's a shop, right? Yeah, she's a shop. Barbara. Sneaky scoundrels got the drop on me. My midday nap. Let's get the barbarian, let's go! Boom, boom. Okay. Apply wet, defeat enemies with holy magic. Okay, let's set ourselves up here. Okay. One, okay. No, stay behind the tree. One, okay. Thanks, game. I appreciate it. Let's head this way. You know what? Back up Ember. Yeah. I'm gonna come up with members anyway. Yeah, let's stay here. Oh, he rolls 3. Oh, Mofo was hiding. Okay. Not my imp, you jerk! Alright, we taking care of him first. You went after the dog. I take personal offense to all of this. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dog is impervious. Jerk. That's what he gets. Go ahead, attack my dog. He has a shield. Okay. So you killed my... Which is not a good thing. You shouldn't have killed him. A 16. Hold on. Let's turn that 1 into something else. 4's not bad. Let's empower me. And... I want this to hurt. Okay, I guess that's it for me. Oh, there's a chest up there too? Dog laughs at that. Nice. He needs an even? Oh, I should have healed Poochie. Oh, man. All right, Poochie, you're invincible anyway. Deal damage, inflict bleed. Cause weakness. Uh-huh. Da, 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 da. You know what? Oh, she's part of... Can she move? She can! Wait, am I... Okay, she's... Oh, she's the start of the next round. Are you kidding me? Okay, alright, fine, whatever. Ooh, does this hurt her if I do it? No, it doesn't. Guessing going after Ember? Oh, nope, you walked into the vines. And you spawned something into the vines. Stop going after my dog, holy crap.
Yeesh.
Like, they're literally going after my dog.
This is not the most spectacular display I've ever seen. These boys couldn't fight their way out of a wet paper bag.
And I just reversed one of my die to 1. That's great. Okay.
That will happen.
Defeat, gain 1 use. Defeat, roll 1 twice. On defeat, gain 1 use. Oh, okay. So I get... Oh, so... Okay, I see. That's how Barbara works. Barbara can also shrug things off. Oh, she literally has Shake It Off on her. She also... Oh, she can become enraged. Payback next unit that hits melee. She should okay, I see how she is. Resistance to physical damage. All physical damage is increased to 1. Cannot be stunned for 3 turns. Moo. Well, she doesn't have the restriction anymore, so... Can at least turn 1 die into something else. Or nothing at all. Okay, great. I think my luck sucks with dies.
Doesn't your luck suck overall?
Be quiet.
I'm not the one bringing it up.
Listen, my luck is varied. I don't know why it doesn't always work. And...
Yikes, I've seen better defense in a Little League game.
You know what? Let's give Doggo a boost there. Poor Cannon can't do anything. Okay, he doesn't need all that. He needs it to equal. Where's the chest? It's under the tree. Eh. Oh, I have to apply wet to something. I don't know. Oh, dog does a lot of damage. Holy crap. I didn't realize dog was that strong. Oh my goodness. Don't I have a Clint? Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. And I need to apply holy damage. You jerk! Barbara's frozen. Oh, her turn was skipped. Oh wait, hold on. Doggo can't be hurt. And she can't be hurt by fire. Oh, but he is getting burnt. Okay. Oh, he's gonna get hurt anyway. I need a cleanse. Oh, I'm about to torture some people. Or maybe not. Maybe I don't need to torture somebody. One last job to do. There you go. Good job, Cannon. I need Holy and... Oh, and Doggo, no! That's most likely my fault anyway. Okay, he's 20, which means... Oh, that's powerful.
If I can't find a better build for PoE, I'm probably gonna have to go for Kinetic Fusillon and see how that works.
You said you were... You said you were going with the Druid, right?
That's PoE 2.
Oh, you're talking about PoE 1.
Yeah. It's gonna be, I think, Ranger or Warden. Apparently, Elementalist is, well, pretty severely gutted. I mean, it still works, but the nerfs that they did to the Golem are pretty impactful. But it's not like the Ascendancy is dead, it's just that there are better options now. It seems like getting the uniques for this build is not that hard to get. Time Clasp is pretty common. Warp Time Piece is somewhat common. Should be easy to get at least one from a random person. But this build guide is really telling me, yeah, you want to watch this first, otherwise you will not understand what's going on. Yeah, it really looks like a delayed kinetic blast.
You know what? Screw this guy. I'm gonna just kill him. He's a jerk.
He's an asshole!
There we go.
Really going for less skill effect duration, that's for sure. What is that for?
Ka-chow. Ka-chow? Really? She says, aha. Oh yeah, that was awesome. You guys were all pow, pow, ka-chow. So tough. I want in the action. Invite me next time, Kay. Why not? Let's see what her skills are. If I swap out Christian for her. She has to have... What is her skills?
Ah.
In a straight line, huh? Oh. Hmm. Unless there's something else I could do for her. She could teleport. Wait, he has a cleanse, doesn't he? Where you cleanse at, buddy? His cleanses. Oh, he doesn't have one. Okay. Okay, that's being honest. Uh-huh. I see. Does she have... Okay. I think we're done with this game for now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think there's one last game that I really have time for, because I wanted to play Mio. But then there's Rangers in the South. This game just came out too. The heck? What was that?
Huh.
Went to Steam for a second.
Steam.
Mm-hmm. Wait, a monk. Wait, what?
Maybe?
Hold on. Okay, that was weird. That was weird. That was super weird. Some lands distant and removed, great realm of men. These are lands of beauty and vast expanse, dazzling landscape rich in resources. Minerals get untouched to human hands. Legend tells that its heart lies a mighty demon. And dwells his minions, beasts, and demons, who have tamed the climate and called their land their home. They are ruthless, wicked, and aggressive beings who have sworn to vanquish the race of men. Where is darkness, light shall soon emerge, and from that light arose a great warrior, the Rangers, warriors. They were the first to learn to love the forest and the southern lands. Summoning their courage, they ventured into the volcano that lies at the heart of these lands, and there they confronted the demon who proclaimed himself Lord of the Southern Territories. After days of battling, the demon was vanquished. With his fall, the evil that plagued the lands was dispelled. Slowly, men began to call these lands home. Migrating from the north, they started to plant and toil, laboring sweat, and thus the race of men began to grow. Centuries later, the traditional rangers became woven into the very fabric. Those who dwell in the southern lands passed down from generation to generation. Village Rangers was established where every member of society cherished the forest and earth, swearing an eternal oath to protect them. Our society, children grew up dreaming of the day when they would hear the call to defend their homeland, ready to leave everything behind. It was well that they did so, for one day, without warning, the volcano erupted with a diabolical roar. Awakening beasts and demons who began to roam the land threatened the race of men once more. As the call of the Southern Rangers echoed throughout the land, the Rangers must fight once again. Uh-oh. Fist and gold, sword and bow. Sword and bow. That's a weird combination. Develop character. This menu, you can configure your characteristic of one. And you can move WASD, joystick. You can perform 2 types of attacks, left click or right click. Also have space to jump. You can check the lower highlight bar to check other commands and options. You can check all tutorials, library. Oh, they just throw you into this. Oh my goodness, this map. That map is large. I have no money.
Apparently you got hunger.
I do have hunger. That is weird. Golden ferret. Oh my gosh, it's a golden ferret. I think I got something early that I shouldn't have gotten. I just found a golden ferret. You have slain your first enemy, obtained experience. When you have enough, check your experience bar at the bottom left corner. Okay. You will obtain a level up. Some enemies also drop gold and items. You can pick up them and them up and just stand above them. If auto loot is enabled, click them, slay some more enemies, try to level up. That's a raccoon. That's a guinea pig. Oh, this is a crazy amount of like... Okay, I see how this works. Now have experience to level up, press the assigned key to level up. So G? Option to choose a perk and perk skill and skills. Perks are attribute skills. Skills can be active, usable 1 through 5, or passive, providing a bonus without needing to be used. You can check your passive skills in the upper left corner and your active skills in the bottom bar. You can also change the key. Activates it. Okay. I can also hover over it with my mouse. Teleport yourself to a location. You have basic. Now go and explore the world. You can reach level 4 or higher. When you reach level 4 or higher, you cross over to the east and explore the other biomes. You can also buy equipment from the village, exchange flowers for potions. Also remember, dead is just a step forward. Remember that you can check all the tutorials. Good luck, have fun. If you die, all map progress is saved. You will lose, but you will lose your character. That's nuts. There we go. Okay. What the heck is this? Oh boy. What the heck are these trees? Oh! Hungry health points recover constantly. Based on your hunger you are, you can check the hunger icon. Okay, to satisfy your hunger, you need to eat first. First hunt an animal, then collect its meat. You can eat it directly from the inventory by clicking the meat icon. Hmm. Oh. Oh my god, I have 3 gold? This game, okay, I see what this game is. Okay, I getcha. I getcha. I think I get what this game is. That's gonna be some time and investment. I get what that game is. Okay. I'm getting tired. How about you, Yui?
I'm not, but I should be switching out in a few minutes anyway.
Yeah. I don't know if Toddy is already back.
Should be on the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and get something to eat. I'm gonna close up shop here. All right, thanks, buddy. Thanks for keeping me company.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. All right, folks. I'm also out of here. I'm hungry. So I will see you guys later.